Welcome aboard, Captain. Hello. Hi, Tori. Hi, Ray. Yeah, Ray, sorry, I didn't answer. Pretty much as soon as you were like, I'll be here late. It's like, all right, I'll go do something. Okay. Tori, how are you? How's the day? All right, what am I doing? Seth. Guess we'll go here. Is Seth close, or do I gotta get on my horse? Let's get on my horse. Oh, yeah, we have Jeff now, right? Okay. We got Jeff. Can't let Jeff die this time. Very important. Oh. Wait here, Jeff. Wait here, Jeff. Let's go see what this person wants. Oh, dosages. Let's go see what the sheriff needs. Hello? You?
You okay, lady?
My husband's missing. These bastards won't do anything.
Anything.
But he's a good man. He don't drink nor lay with whores. And he's been missing for 3 days.
Let me guess. You went missing up in the hills?
How did you know, mister?
Just a guess. If I find him, I'll bring him back to you, but people seem to go missing up there.
Oh my God. If he's gone, then what'll I do?
Probably live a good life.
Now with the family way again.
As I said, I'll do what I can.
Hi, Nikki. Good to see you. Okay. Go search for the man by Hanging Rock. All right, let's get back to Jeff.
Let's go.
Nikki, I thought about you the other day. And it's kind of funny why. Because I was watching Family Guy, of all things. And in the episode, Meg joined the roller derby team. And I was like, oh, that's what Nikki does. I thought it was funny. Yeah, I was like, oh, roller derby, that's what Nikki does.
Come on.
Yeehaw. What? Why are you digging up dead bodies, Seth?
Excuse me, are you Seth?
Who are you?
I'm a friend of Mr. West Dickens. My name's Marston. John Marston.
Goodbye, John Marston. It's been a great pleasure.
I need your help, Seth. We need your help. Me and Mr. West Dickens.
Let me be frank for 1 second, partner. I hate people. It was people who got me in this mess in the first place.
What mess?
Look at me. Look, scrambling around, looking for maps, half insane.
Only
I
half?
haven't washed in 6 months. My hair falling out. My mind's going.
What happened?
What happened? My partner. He stole half my map. I never would have done that to him. Never. Look at me.
Who did this to you?
My partner. My boy, my man. Moses Forth. I don't have the facility to tell you what I would have done for that man. And what I would do to him now.
Why?
Because he stole half my goddamn map.
And what map's that, then?
The map, partner. The map that tells me where it is.
Where what is, friend?
I ain't telling you that. I ain't. Don't make me tell, partner. It's mine. It's mine, all mine.
Sure.
John
Where's
is
this
like,
Moses now?
what the fuck is going on?
He's at Benedict Point. The law got him for exhuming.
Hi, Dave. How are
Some
you?
people-
Welcome in.
They feel differently. Not Moses. Him and me are the same. The self-same.
Well, come on, Seth.
What is
Let's go
this
see
deal?
Moses. Get you your map back. Then maybe you'll help me.
All right, partner. Let's go. Come on then, partner.
Mount my horse.
Whoa
Jeff!
there.
Jeff, we're following a crazy person. Come on.
How can you sink that low? Digging up graves and looting from
Dave,
the dead.
how you
Ah,
doing?
hypocrites. The
How
whole
is the
damn
day?
lot. Are you saying it's better to steal from the living? They're corpses. They don't care none.
These people have been laid to rest.
You don't know nothing. I talk to them long after they've been forgotten by every other fella. I tell them it's all right to be scared and alone. I embrace them when they're stinking and rotten.
I met some sick bastards in my time, Seth. But you're special.
Folk is cold and heartless all their lives. To me, they get warmer when they're actually cold and heartless. Surely that makes sense to even you.
Not exactly, it don't.
Are we really living anyway? Do you exist outside my mind? Maybe we're both having the same dream, and when we wake up, we'll die.
I certainly seem to be in some kind of nightmare.
Yeah.
Have you looked in the cave, Seth? It's very dark.
What'd you say?
I didn't say nothing.
I just heard you say something.
You're a crazy man. You should get that head looked at.
Seth,
Sneeze.
I need someone who can get a wagon inside Fort Mercer.
I have to
was
sneeze.
told you could help me, but I'm not sure you even know what day it is.
I don't. I can't even tell you what year it is.
I knew this was a waste of time.
So, you want to go after Bill Williamson, do you?
You know Bill?
Oh, yes. I met Williamson and Deke and all them boys. Sometimes they call me on when they get some special job needs doing. I got a reputation as a man who
Thank
do
you.
things most other fellers won't.
Chillin'?
Now,
Did you
that I
work
can
today?
believe.
I reckon you can get in there, no bother. Assuming you help me find this map, that is.
Nightmares or Dreams 2. Freddy makes an appearance. I've been having some weird dreams. Like, I had a dream that I, like,
What's
was
so important
rooming
about
with,
this
like, these
map?
two
Nothing much.
girls in,
Just
like,
unimaginable riches
some sort of
and such like. A
college
spark of hope that lit a
dorm-esque
rage and
situation.
fire I can't put out.
I thought
Like,
as
we were
much.
grown women,
Another
but we were,
treasure
like,
hunter losing
living in,
everything
like,
in the search
bunk
for
beds
nothing.
or whatever.
Oh, I lost it all, partner. My wife,
And one of my
children,
roommates
my business.
would, like,
Good riddance to them all. I don't
freak
eat,
the
I
fuck
don't
out,
sleep,
and
I
she
don't
would
wash,
like
and I don't
lose
care.
her shit
know.
if
I
like
can smell
I
you
couldn't
from here.
sleep,
It used
and
to
I
be
would like
about the
toss and
money,
turn.
But now, I don't know who I am no more.
And
I see
I'm like, this
myself, but
is
it's
such a
I'm
like
looking
this
at
is such a
somebody
weird
else.
dream
Only
to
it's me.
have,
You know?
like
maybe it's
dreaming
time
about
you
not
moved
being
on.
able to
No way I
sleep.
can stop now.
But like,
It's taking
why
me
is
over.
this imaginary
There's no difference
roommate in
between
my
night and
dream
day,
like
just darkness. I
so
wanna see the sunshine
upset
again.
and so angry about the fact I can't sleep?
All
I
right,
was like,
this
what
is it.
the
Let's
hell?
stop here a moment and come up with a plan. As far as I know, Moses is being held in that shack. There's a couple of deputies keeping guard outside. Can you distract him so I can sneak in for a quick parlay with that son of a bitch?
I'm sure I can think of something.
Something I wish I had been doing for years. I remember a good portion of my dreams, I feel like. Remember some of them?
Leave
I feel
away
like I
from the
remember a good
shack and
chunk
out
of them.
sight. Somewhere out past that hill.
Steal a deputy's horse and become wanted? Why?
I know. This place is deader than a side of bacon. Are you looking for trouble,
Is it though? Haha! Horse! Give me your horse! Ah! Oh, you killed your horse! No! You killed your own horse! Oh my gosh! They killed their own horse!
Yeah!
I didn't do it! Alright, is my wanted gone? Okay, now return to Seth.
Come on.
What I wrote down, it's awesome. I wouldn't have remembered it otherwise, really. But a bounty remains on your head. $20. I think there's an achievement for having a bounty of like 5,000, which I feel like, didn't I do at some point? Like, didn't I have crazy bounties because I was like fucking around with a lot of stuff? Okay, I like that there's a cliff in the one single direction that I end up running.
Let's go.
Seth. Oh, there's Jeff.
Best we deal with this now, mister. Good job,
But I won't trouble y'all. No, do it.
Now keep an eye
Do
out
it.
in case they come back. Moses?
I still can't believe the dream I wrote in the channel, though.
You got a visitor.
Jurassic Park with Cristiano Ronaldo. What the fuck? Jurassic Pal World.
Get the hell away from me! Get that slippery bastard! I need him alive, though! Who the hell are
You need him alive. Okay. Whee.
God damn you! Let me go! I'm begging you!
See, I didn't remember if I read that one. That was the very first one I wrote in the channel. Like, I made the channel when the day I woke up from that dream, and I was like, what the fuck? What? Like, number one, like, I am not a soccer fan. So, like, I don't even know where he came from. Like, I'm not... Like, is he an attractive man? Yes, but, like... I'm not like, oh my god, I love Christian. Oh my god. So, like, I have no idea where that came from. And then, like, making Pal World, like, fucking terrifying, like Jurassic Park, was also like, what? What is going on in my head?
Where's my damn map? Damn you, Seth! Damn you, Seth! You've always been a twisty little freak. I ain't telling you shit. Then I'm gonna cut you up piece by piece.
It's so weird, dude. It's so weird.
Friend, this man's gone crazy in the sun. I suggest you take my advice and start talking.
Have you ever had a dream about, like, just something completely normal? Like, or like something that you do, like, in everyday life? Like, for example, I've been playing this park simulator game. Like, it's essentially Roller Coaster Tycoon, but it's Jurassic Park. It's called Jurassic World Evolution. I'm sure you've heard of it. But I've been playing it a lot at night because I can play it on my little handheld or whatever. So I've been, like, playing that before bed, and then I'll go to sleep, and I'll literally dream gameplay of the game that I was just playing. Like, I will literally have dreams of me, like, just playing gameplay of this game that I've been playing. Like, does anyone else, is that me? Am I weird? Like, is that a thing that anyone else does? What's up, Wolfie? Welcome in. We're talking about dreams. But yeah, so, like, I'll have dreams of, like, stuff that I'm doing, like, normally, like, normal average stuff that I'm doing, which I find so weird. So, like, I'll have dreams about, like, the games that I've been playing a lot. I just think of A Christmas Carol when Scrooge says about the ghost of Marley, there's more gravy than grave about you, an undigested piece of cheese. I don't remember that at all. I mean, I've seen A Christmas Carol, but I don't remember that at all. But I need to know if anyone else, like, experiences that. Because, like, the fact that I would just dream for several hours, I would just have dreams of gameplay of the game I'm playing.
Shut up, Marston! I want to cut into a bona fide man's flesh. Ain't never cut into a live one before.
Odd Fellows Rest. It's in Odd Fellows Rest. Get away from me once and for all.
Well, ain't that a damn shame? I was starting to enjoy myself.
Places you've returned to?
I think you gone pissed yourself, Moses.
Oh my gosh.
Those deputies went and put a bounty on your head. Best we clear it now. Don't need the law on our backs.
You're the
I
one
don't
who...
have no money, but I got me a pardon letter. Here, take it. You earned it for helping me with the Moses.
Oh, okay, I think that's what it is.
Come on, we can pay it off in the telegraph office.
Hold on, I want to check the achievements.
Hurry up, I need to go find that man.
Because I think... Sorry, you guys can see all my shit. Alright, I think it's... Kill enemies. I think it's like get a bounty of $5,000 and then use the pardon letter. Use a pardon letter with more than a $5,000 bounty. Okay. Okay. I remember when you did this quest the first time? I don't. I mean, I like vaguely do. Dreams are your brain working through your day most of the time. Really? I feel like sometimes they're so weird though.
Hello there.
Hello.
Body was found
Payoff with
Anything
bounty.
for a
Okay.
quiet
One
life.
count of horse theft. Because you made me.
Do nothing foolish now.
Okay. So $5,000 bounty. And then we have to use the pardon letter.
Mister, thanks for your help.
That's
Don't worry
a
yourself.
huge
Thanks,
bounty.
Seth. Just help me when I come.
5,000 is huge. I think I like shot a bunch of people in the street and it only got to like 2,000. How close is this question mark? Oh, it's literally next to me. That I won't go into specifics about.
Why don't you jump up?
I mean, obviously, only share specifics about dreams that you're comfortable sharing. But, like, yeah. We have some weird dreams, man.
My.
Yes, by the way, I did take my meds. I did eat dinner, and I refilled my water bottle right before stream.
Enough for 100 men.
Trouble has a way of finding me, mister.
Do I like the sound of that? Do I ever like
So you
the
got a
sound
solid
of
plan?
that?
Yeah.
Trouble with a capital T. That's just capital.
Whatever you say.
Cold, tough, but with a heart of gold. The cowboy
Yeah, I'm
sings
trying to
his
think,
lonely
like-
song, like a dog whose bone is made of
I think I
wood.
shot someone in a town,
Oh, nothing.
or got in a
was
fight
just
with somebody in a
writing my
town,
next
and then all the
piece.
cops came, and
I've been sent out here to provide a little frontier
your
joie de
sex
vivre for
dreams.
the ladies back east.
circle.
I don't understand a
Yeah,
word you're saying, mister.
I'm on
Yeah,
the
my mom
circle
felt the
train
same
now.
way. And now she wrote me out of her will, and there's no hope for any of us. Jimmy Saint, sir, at your disposal.
Just fruit
please
punch.
Don't dispose of me just yet.
Just boring.
What are you doing out here, Jimmy?
Capturing the spirit of the West for a monthly back east. You know, I'm sending them my
I knew what you meant. It's close enough.
so pertinent missives, and gaining myself a little prize in the bargain. So it's
The guy is in the
I'm
back
after,
is
and
itching his
action
butt.
I'm gonna find too. Wild men, cheap women, guns, that sort of thing.
Well, you have fun.
Fun.
What is
I'm gonna
like
have the time of my
the
life,
double chin is
I tell you,
weird.
mister, the time of my little old life.
The double chin is weird. Like it's not what like a double chin normally looks like on some. Sir, what is he doing? Did you try that? No. So I just bought my circle, last weekend actually, and it came with two flavors in like the starter pack. And I'm on my second flavor now. So honestly, probably this weekend I'll probably go to Walmart and get some different flavors to try. Yeah, but I feel like I do feel like blue raspberry tastes different than raspberry though. And I don't know why. But yeah, blue raspberry is not a real flavor, and neither is kiwi strawberry. Kiwi strawberry is actually like its own flavor. It's just blue. No, I don't think it's raspberry. I don't know. I feel like if you were to give me like a raspberry something that's red and you give me a blue raspberry like juice, like an artificial juice that's blue, I feel like they taste different.
They stole my wagon. All my supplies were in it.
Return the stolen wagon.
Let's go.
Okay, hold on. How do I lasso? One. Oh, give me that!
Stop doing it.
I was trying to not actually shoot you, motherfucker. But then again, I'm like, is that just the tism? Is that just the tism? Because I feel like they taste different. I really genuinely do. Not just like being silly. But yeah, like the flavor kiwi strawberry is neither kiwi nor strawberry. It is actually its own, like it is its own flavor. I read that somewhere once. Return this stolen wagon to the owner. I do remember though. I do remember that like every single one of these like side quests or whatever, like they always screw me and they always like turn on me.
Sometimes I'm not a cold-hearted
Remember, if you
killer,
don't know
man.
anyone with the time, you don't. Remember, if you don't know anyone with the time. Oh, if you don't know anyone with the tism, no, you don't. If you know anyone with the tism, no, you don't. Why? Because it's not real. Let me kill that. Hi, Aya. We cowgirling. Yeehaw. I want to wear my hat, but like every time I put this thing on, I can't like sit. Like I can't sit back in my chair like comfortably, which makes me sad. Whoa, my horse just like was gliding. Maybe I was further into the story than I thought I was, because I could already go to Mexico and stuff, but I only have 7 achievements. So maybe I'm not. I don't know. I don't know how far I was. I was like 20-something hours in. I wonder how quickly I'll catch up to where I was. Aya, how are you? How is everybody? Guys, you're gonna have to be super chatty tonight, because it's a late night stream and I know that it's gonna not be the greatest numbers wise. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I've been like having a real hard time motivating myself to stream lately. Don't tell me what to faux. Don't tell me what to faux. Come back between 5 and 10. What time is it now? Where does it show me? Here. It's 1 almost, yeah, 20 after 1. I have to lurk? Wow. Okay. Messed up my sleep schedule, so I'm living goblin hours. Honestly, same. May your dreams be less intense and your blue raspberry debates continue in the shadows. Yeah, what, yeah. How quickly? Okay, so it moves. It moves okay. Between 5 a.m. and 10 p.m. Can I go in this house? Do androids dream of electric you should ask Frosty. How do I put my weapon away? Oh, what did I just do? What? Just tapping tab. Okay. No thanks. You don't like to interact with the bots? Okay, while I wait for him, I'll just rob his house. Can't let the robots get too comfortable. I just thought it was so funny that last time when they were testing it out, the robot was like passive aggressively like, maybe you should just watch stream and shut up. Excuse me. Holy. I usually try to mute before I cough like that, but... A warning, not a how-to. Oh. Hi, ladies.
Oh,
Oh, hell! Not the three women in this bedroom, but this guy is the one who saw me, huh?
hello there.
Hello there. Where'd he go? Come here. Come here, my guy. Where are you going? Nope, no. No. Okay. Come here. Where are you going? Where are you going?
Don't be no hero, mister.
Ain't no sense all of us.
I gave him $5. He totally forgot I just stole. It's fine. I gave him $5. Cost on hot mic. Didn't know it was that kind of stream. I know. Sorry. Sorry. I just like that blew my mind. None of the three ladies like sitting there said anything, but some random man. So can I not rob this? Are you gonna go to sleep? No way. It wasn't really a debate. It's so funny. Like, it really wasn't a debate. We were just having the conversation if, like, that blue raspberry is, like, just raspberry, but it's blue. But I think it tastes different. Oops.
Don't bring the law into this, pal.
Oops. Oh, can I? Wait, there's a blue X over here. What's this? Citric acid sourness. I'm not sure, but I think it tastes different. Honestly. What? I have to sleep with this man? I don't want to sleep with this man. I rented this room. What the heck? Alright, it's time. Oh, you got the answer? What is it? Tell us. Hello, Whis.
Mr. Marston, how are you, sir?
I'm all right. I met up with your friend Seth.
Oh, Seth of the Dead.
Yeah, no, I knew blue raspberry was synthetic, but it's supposed to be raspberry. But I feel like it's different.
Yes, interesting fellow. You don't meet many men these days with the moral fortitude to cut straight to the chase like that, do you?
Everyone but Frosty knew that, yeah.
West Dickens.
Yes, contemporary society is remarkably harsh on professional exhumers. But did you know that in ancient Egypt, it was an art form valued more highly than literature? I believe Seth comes from that school of thought.
How very interesting. Look.
Yeah, same with Banana.
Ah, your plan, dear boy. Your plan. I am merely the help, not mercifully the arbiter of wisdom.
What you are, dear boy, is the man whose life I've saved twice now. A man who sells lies and deceit to unwitting people. A man who, if he doesn't help me, I won't think twice about putting a bullet through his skull. feeding to the vultures myself.
You see, Mr. Marston,
He sounds like Daryl Dixon here.
you have the exterior of a violent man, but the soul of an angel, and that is what I think I cherish most about you.
That's what I thought.
But before we can attend to your particular problems, we need some extra lubricant to oil the machinery of business. And this being America,
Are you watching the new show,
which we
Aya?
concern ourselves is money.
Money? What are you talking about?
Oh, we need weapons. Armor plate for the wagon. Extra hands. And I need some danger money.
So, let's sell some more of these cures.
Sell cures? Around here? Do you want to see me lynched? No. The sport of kings. Racing, my friend. The sport of kings. A noble activity without reproach. Exactly the kind of activity where a lying, cheating degenerate like myself can prosper. But come, let's finish the loading and we'll discuss it as we drive.
It wasn't Kool-Aid, but we were a big ecto cooler house. Some high C ecto cooler. That's what we had. We were big ecto cooler fans. Beginning of season 6, taking a break because the end of season 5 was rough. Season 5. Is that Alexandria? Because the end of season 4 is Terminus, right? And then season 5 is Alexandria, right? Yeah. 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 I know exactly where you are. They make me nauseous. Too much sugar, maybe? Too much artificial sugar, maybe? And it's your first watch? Your first time watching?
Seth is an interesting fellow, is he not?
I wouldn't say interesting. More deeply disturbed. I
Oof.
can see why you two
Oh,
get
Jeff!
along.
Jeff's running after us.
It's a flawed kind. I have a soft spot for life's flotsam and jetsam.
Connection with him more like. You and Seth have a lot
Jeff!
in common. Both rob people for one.
Jeff!
Mind you, at least he waits until they're dead.
Jeff's a good boy.
Oh, my dear boy. Nobody is more critical of drinkers than a drunk who's mended his ways.
What are you talking about?
Come on now, John. I've heard about you. You spent your life robbing people. It's a little inappropriate to be taking
That one guy
moral
with the
high
baseball
ground
bat
now.
with barbed wire, but I don't know why.
Whatever helps you sleep easily at night.
We stole from those who had too much. Tried to give to those who had
Yep.
too little.
A Robin Hood with spurs.
Yep.
Oh, romantic. You expect me to believe that poppycock?
That
Maybe
is
I'll have the good fortune to be able to
a
leave
person.
my nefarious life behind one day.
That is a
Where
character.
nothing but died.
Don't talk about things you don't understand.
Hero, dear, simmer down, my boy. You need to
You're a little
start
ways away from him,
appreciating
though, so.
your friends more. Folks around here don't see you as any different from Bill Williamson.
I didn't think I'd have to huckster snake oil and dig up the dead, that's all.
Take it from me,
No, you can't go a
son.
single Halloween without saying that back.
Collaboration is the key to success. I can help you.
He was...
Seth can help you. It's business. Nothing more,
He was
nothing
one of the
less.
bigger,
There's no need
like,
to
more
make life
recognizable
so
comic
personal.
book characters as well. So, even before he, like, made his appearance on the show, if you were, like, into the comic book, like, I had seen a few of him here and there at Comic-Cons before the show. But yeah. You're not wrong. Is he done talking? Can I skip now?
Anyway, John, we
Okay.
must talk about the race.
Yes, race.
Oh, come on. Time to purge that negativity and start thinking like a winner. You're going to have a whale of a time. They've
When our
been
gig
holding
overlapped with the watch party.
races
That's
in
awesome.
Boston for as long as I can remember.
Did you play the Walking Dead theme?
Why aren't you racing then?
Me? Oh, no, not my thing at all. You have already proved yourself more than adept at the range, my dear boy, and under some stress.
During the commercial breaks? Nah. I feel like that would be a little too on the nose.
Anything to win. Men die. It's a marvelous spectator sport.
Sounds like fun.
And you are my wild card, John. They won't be expecting
Never watched it.
you.
So what's your role in all this?
Think of me as your spirit.
I fell off for a little while because
You are a free man.
it just got so absurd.
Imagine, just for today, you are
But
not
I did make a point to finish it.
I am not an avant-garde business pioneer. No, sir. Today,
The zombie
we are
nastiness.
gladiators. Motivation, dear boy.
I'm definitely feeling motivated to get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I think you're right because they got more money. They got more production money as it went on. But I also feel like the story kind of goes a little bit more... Like, there's more, like, people in the later seasons and less, like, zombies in the later seasons. I feel like. But maybe I just became, like, accustomed to it. What's this? Oh, this is the race. Oh.
Here we are, John. Gap tooth breach.
Get on the cart to start the race. What cart? Just turn into a background problem? Yeah. Like, I feel like they did the same thing with, like, Last of Us.
Y'all know the rules, but for you newcomers, this here's a fair race.
Like, I replayed Last of Us recently, like, just a couple months ago, and I was like, damn, I remember there being way more zombies in this. Really?
All right, now, counting to 3. Ready, set, go!
That wasn't 3.
Win this, John.
I gotta get around these guys. Oh my, oh my, oh my. He's in the, oh my god. I didn't even do that. That was so funny. I didn't even do that. Oh my gosh. Never played the game, so I was surprised. Yeah, that's one of, like, I don't want to say TV's best kept secret because I feel like it was all over, like, the internet when the game came out. But if you had no reason to, like, if you had no reason to be on those entertainment websites, you wouldn't have known. But yeah, that was one of those things, like, I've been holding on to that for like 5 years. What? The race will be restarted if not. Yeah, I want to get put back on the course. How did I just flip the fuck over? That's wild. Listen, I knew it was happening, and I knew exactly when it was gonna happen, and oh my gosh. I just drove this thing. No, I want to restart the race. I knew it was happening, I knew exactly when it was gonna happen, and I still cried.
Remember, John.
That's so funny that I was able to drive this like totally fine, and now suddenly every single corner he has him flipping over.
I ain't even started yet.
Okay, there we go. I don't remember falling over last time. Okay, there we go, turning around. There we go. Tokyo drift it? No, I think that's the problem. I think I was Tokyo drifting. John Marston is not Vin Diesel. I can tell you that much. Okay. I'm gonna go this way this time. Yeah. That was so much faster. Why did I go the wide way? Oh, I almost went off the bridge last time. How much further is this dang don race? Yeah, see, I guess if I stay on the road, I'm fine, mostly. This way? This way? Did I just fuck up? Did I make it worse? No, I didn't. Okay, cool. You love Vin Diesel? Vin Diesel wasn't even- wait, no. He was in, like, a cameo in Tokyo Drift. He was a camel in Tokyo Drift. Go, go, go. I'm trying. Pitch Black. I did watch the Pitch Black / Riddick movies.
Hell of a race, mister. I'll take care of this cart for Mr. West Dickens.
Mr. West Dickens. A hasty retreat. Why, did we cheat?
Right, best remove ourselves from the stage before somebody decides they want their money back.
Did we cheat?
Isn't that fantastic? The cheers of the crowd, the thunder of the wheels.
Falling rocks.
Oh, Jeff's not. Right. Oh, Jeff's not with us this time.
Come on, John. Even a cold-hearted misanthrope like you must have found that just tiniest bit exhilarating.
Not the friendliest bunch, are they?
They take the racing very seriously in these parts.
Then yes, but like, I didn't cheat. I just was better. I was just better. That's not cheating.
Sport, war, and heartache. The guilty pleasures of mankind since the dawn of
The
time.
ringer.
I get away from the men we just swindled before you start
Makes
waxing lyrical.
sense.
Yes, of course.
Like, he knew that I would do good because I am Mr. Redemption. Redemption.
Well done, sir. Well done. Having you as a ringer has netted us a fine profit.
Escape from Butcher
Seem
Bay.
to be wasting time, old man.
Oh, patience, my friend. The Trojan horse cannot run before it can walk, if you'll forgive the metaphor. Next, we need to procure some grand and overwhelming firepower. And for that, you need to contact an old friend of mine. Goes by the name of Irish.
Irish.
Yes, he's an interesting kind of fellow. He usually can be found in Armadillo or some other town around here on some bacchanalian revel or such.
Great. An alcoholic arms dealer.
What could be better?
An alcoholic arms dealer. Yay! I got $3 for that. Alright, where am I? Alright, so Wes is the closest. Irish, Seth, Bonnie. So I guess... See, this is one of the things that I don't like about this game. It lives in this world made up of amazing Western movies. This is one of the things that I don't like about this game. Like, which quest is technically, like, the next quest in the main story? Like, how do I know which one is next? I just pick one and I just go? Like, I just did one for Nigel West Dickens. But he's physically the one closest to me, so should I go to him? Like, how do I know? Where random dudes just come beat the living dog shit out of you? Yeah, I feel like I got into a lot of stupid fistfights last time I played this. Alright, let's go here, because he's the closest. Come on, Jeff.
Come on.
networking and learning the geography. But like I said, it's just more that like it's not like a direct route towards like I would like to only do the story, you know what I mean? Right, I know. I know.
I'm a bit outnumbered. Would you mind lending your guns?
I just like, here's your direction, here's where to go, here's what's next. Like, I don't like that it's like, here you go, here's 7 possible different quests that you could do, which are all main story, but like, I don't know, maybe it's just too much for me. Personally. Where's this last dude? Jeff! Jeff, don't run off and get fucking shot!
Falling off a horse.
Can I loot him? There we go. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So fast. That's what I'm saying, though. It's like, it's all main quests, but it's like, what's technically the right order? Like, what is the order of the main quest? Like, any of these options are, it's too many options for me.
Help, mister.
Too many options.
To the banker in Armadillo.
What? Okay. An armadillo. Alright, so now it's gonna tell me this way. Okay. The soundtrack too. Yeah, I know like the long trips down to like Mexico when I was playing last time. I do remember that I liked the music then. Draw your weapon while driving. Do I need to? Yeah. I don't think I need to yet. Oh, yep, I guess I do. Oh, never mind. They are dead. Or they're not. Now they are. Okay. They are dead. Oh, get back on the road. The first time you ride in the Mexico? Yes. Yes, it plays like an actual song with lyrics the first time, but... Undead Nightmare I haven't touched yet, so that'll be a fun first play. I'll probably do that before I hop into 2, though. Because that's pretty quick, right? That's only just a couple hours. Armadillo. More people? How did I miss this motherfucker? I shot his fucking hat off, apparently, though. Shot his hat off, though, apparently. If you're going that way. Yeah, I'll definitely do Undead Nightmare before I hop into 2. I really, really, really want to try to play more story games. I just have a hard time, like, reading chat, like, talking to chat, and like trying to focus on like story and dialogue. But I really like, I have a bunch of games that I want to get through. So I want to try really, really hard to play more story games and like actually pay attention to them. Yeah, the stat, it does keep track of my hats, it's true. Hats shot off. You're back? Welcome back, Wolfie. this shit pulls to the side. Like, I am only pressing the W. Like, I'm not pressing any of... Well, I mean, obviously right now, because I was turning. But, like, I'm only pressing W, and it is pulling to the side. Look at it's pulling to the side. Oh, is that Jeff waiting for me? Jeff? Exit the wagon. Howdy. Talk to the banker. Excuse me, ma'am. Hello.
Our safe back. I never thought I'd see that again.
Solomon's Folly complete.
I tell you, I've been killing outlaws like I've been swatting flies. Really?
Alright, so now who am I close to? Now I'm close to Irish. So, oh.
I'm Herbert Moon.
I've been robbed.
You gotta stop him.
Stop who? Oh, okay, hold on. No, stop! I hate that. When I'm trying to run and select at the same time, it just opens the fucking Steam menu. Hey! Knock that shit off! The fuck? What the fuck you think this is? Given some insight unfolds, that's something I could find compelling. Well, like I said, it's just more like the reason I had to start Red Dead over is because I couldn't remember the story. Hi, Horseman. Welcome in. How are you? But also, now that I'm actually paying attention to the story, I am realizing that a lot of it just like isn't presented yet.
That's the spirit that made this country great, Par. He'll taste some armadillo just
Like, I want to play Last of Us Part 2. Because I bought that when I came to PC, and I've been just, like, sitting on it waiting. I want to replay Days Gone, because now there's a DLC. I want to I don't know why, I have the urge so bad to replay the Arkham games. I don't know why. You want to cry? Listen. Both of the Last of Us games, I love them so much. They will make me cry, but I love them. Last of Us is heavy, but it's so good.
It was French, I promise. He said he was going to rip you off. Now he's ripping me off.
Yeah, it's a little heavy, but it's good. It's very good. The first game I can blast through in probably 20 hours is probably how fast I could do the first game.
When a man with a sing-song voice tells me to fuck off, it always concerns me, boyo.
Boyo.
Look here, this patty bastard stole our guns, tried to steal our horses. Law's clear on the matter. I never stole nothing, sir. Never did, not in all my life. That French cunt is playing with the Welshman's tiny and ineffective mind. Hush your mouth.
Anyway, you all got horses now. No one needs to die. Leave him be.
A CRT with a built-in VCR. Why?
Bloody cavalry.
I mean, 60's not terrible, but why?
This is really starting to get on my nerves, boyo.
And you're getting on my
Boyo.
nerves. Yeah.
Am I gonna fight these dudes? Yeah, I am. Take out French and Welsh. Can I shoot them? Oh, yeah, I can, because they are gonna shoot me. Wait, did I kill them? I just, like, shot them in the gut.
Mr. Nigel West Dickens said you'd help me locate a machine gun. And since I just saved your life...
I can't thank you enough for taking care of those two degenerates. Untrustworthy, poor in personal hygiene, lacking in the finer qualities of a gentleman.
Quick hands.
What about the gun?
It'd be my pleasure. She's magnificent. Government issue.
Well, like, to be fair, I tried to shoot them, like, in the legs or, like, in the stomach, because I was like, I'm not gonna kill them. But then they started shooting at me, so...
It'll be a bit of a ride, but we'll get there soon enough. Follow me, fella.
Oh, Jeff.
Alrighty, me guardian angel, this way.
Jeff.
Come on, then. Let's find this gun.
Wait, I wanted to loot those dudes. Oh, okay. I guess we're not. But yeah, I don't know. I have the urge so badly to replay the Arkham games. Especially because I never finished Arkham Knight. I streamed Arkham Knight like 4.5 years ago. Like really early into my streaming. Because I was still playing on PS4 at the time. And I never finished it. I got stuck. Like there was a level that I I got stuck and I just could not beat it. And not a level, but there was a part, a quest, a story. There's a part that I got hard stuck on. And I like did like I think I did 2 entire streams of just trying that part. Like I got to that part, got stuck, and then did like 2 more streams after that just doing that part. And I was like, I'm not just doing this for the rest of forever.
Don't seem too upset about your friends getting killed.
Subby Naughty 2. I also have Subby Naughty 2. I do have. See, there's too many games. Too many games, not enough time. And then it's like overwhelming. Too many decisions.
You best not be lying to me.
But I do have Subby Naughty 2, and I've heard it's shorter than the first
I'll
one.
decide what you do and don't owe me.
Full-time streamer. Honestly, listen, I need like we're gonna like we have to have a talk for a minute. There's a good part of my good portion of my regulars here and stuff like that, like for real. Like literally there's a couple things that I'm struggling with. Like genuinely, honestly, there's a few things that I'm struggling with. Number 1, I'm having a real hard time like picking a game and like sticking to it and finishing it and going through. Number 1, because I have too many options. And number 2, because like you want to stream something that's going to be entertaining and that people want to watch. But as I said a couple minutes ago, I feel like I'm having a hard time doing both. Like I really feel like I struggle to play the game and like absorb the story and like take it all in and listen to everything and like still be like involved with chat and still read chat and engage with chat, you know. And then you also run into like big popular story games, people like to come in and like to spoil it. Like I was barely into Red Dead 2 and someone came in and was like, oh, he's dying, he's sick. And it's like I'm overwhelmed with my options, but I'm also overwhelmed with my lack of options because I want people to enjoy it. I want people to be engaged. I want people to want to watch. But then also, like, by the time I get home from work, I sit down and I'm like, do I want to do this? Do I want to sit down at my computer? Do I want to sit here with, you know, with my viewership going down and down and down? Like, it's just like, do I want to continue to do this for what feels like a mouse on a wheel, you know? Like, it feels like a mouse on a wheel because it's like, I'm doing the same thing with nothing changing and no results happening. But obviously, I don't want you guys, the people that are here every stream, that are here, that watch, that support, that chat, I don't want you guys to feel like, oh my god, she doesn't even like want to do it, like we're not worth it, it's not enough, because that's not what it is. But it's just like, do I want to sit here? Do I want to go through the routine? Do I want to do the whole thing? Half the time I'm exhausted by the time I get home from work. So there's a lot of conflicting thought processes going back and forth right now of I have too many options of games that I'm overwhelmed, but I don't want to play these games because I don't feel like they're what people want to watch and what people want to experience. I feel like there's no growth, there's no new people joining the stream, there's nothing new happening. It's the same 10 people who I love and appreciate so much. Like, I want to keep saying that even though I'm talking about new people and wanting to grow, like, that doesn't take away from the people that are here. I want to keep, like, reiterating that. But, like, when was the last time we had somebody new who joined and, like, became part of the community? I just feel like it's just, I'm a mouse on a wheel. And I enjoy being on the wheel when I'm on the wheel. Like, I enjoy streaming when I'm doing it, when I'm here, when I'm, like, I enjoy it. Need a Borderlands break, loot and shoot for a bit to clear your head. But I don't even think it's, like, I'm not even sure that it's that, because if I just needed a break, like I could play anything. I could play Elden Ring. I could play some like little park builder, some city build. Like I have things to play when like my brain is braining, but it's just like the whole picture is not a clear picture, if that makes sense to you guys. Like there's a lot of what I want to do and what I wish I could do, and I just want to push myself, because I know what, Krista, once you're here and once you sit down and you start streaming, you're going to enjoy yourself, and you're going to like what you do. But I literally have to like sit there and I have to like motivate myself to do it, because it's like, what is like, what, like, why am I doing this? I don't know. It's a lot. It's my audio is audioing again. Oh, because I'm not on the right screen. No formula to cracking the code, but it's not even like, I'm 5 years into this. I'm 4.5 years into this. Like, I know that I have reached the level of success that I'm going to reach. I'm aware of that. Thank you so much for the follow. Like, I'm aware that like I have reached like the plateau of where I'm going to reach. So like I just need to be okay with that, I guess, if that makes sense. I don't know. Red Dead epic game. Hi Slytherin, welcome in. My first time playing. We were having just a little heart-to-heart chat about the fact that my brain is doing brain stuff, and I've been really struggling to invest into a game. So we're trying Red Dead. We're seeing if Red Dead will tickle the brain worms enough to keep me occupied. What do you mean was you? What do you mean, Dave? With everything and not downplaying how you feel? Yeah, and like I said, like I need to reiterate that it's not like less about you guys. I was the last one in the Pinxel pool. No, I don't think it was you, Dave. I mean, Ray came around stream-wise, like, later. But Ray and I have known each other for, like, 15, 20 years. But Ray kind of joined, like, the stream family later. Work stress. That's another thing. My new boss is, like, literally crazy. I don't want a backseat. If you're near hidden weapon locations, I'll let you know. Ooh. Yeah, no backseating, no hints or anything like that. But like little things like that, like little secrets, for sure. I'll take that. And I'm so off the road because I paused while he was talking to me. But yeah, it's just like, it's one of those things where it's like, I know if I just do it, all of my troubles will just melt away. But it's the stress before.
I'm better from long range. It'll be a piece of cake, fella. Trust me.
If I just do what? If like, just stream. Like if I just stream, just play the games that I want to play and just stream, like I'll be good. I'll enjoy myself, you know? It's just, sometimes I'll like sit there and, oh, don't kill Joe! Don't kill Jeff! We can't lose Jeff again. There's one over here. I just know there's that guy there. Exactly, Dave. Like, instead of like talking myself out of it every night because I'm like, ugh, I don't know what to play, I don't know what to do, like, just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Just nut up and do it. But it's tough.
What have we got here?
It's tough because me, just like as a person, just who I am as a person, like I want to do well. I want to perform well, and I want to do well. Like it's tough. Yes, I actually, so funny story, Slytherin, I started on Red Dead 2, and then I was like, no, let me do this the right way, and like, let me actually play them in order and all that. So I have probably, I might have like 20 hours in Red Dead 2, and then I was like, no, I don't want to finish this yet. I want to pause, and I want to play number 1, because they released number 1 on PC, because I play on PC, I don't have a console.
You're mine now, you dumb bastard!
Right, and what are you gonna, yeah, Facebook ads? And I've done that. I've played. I've paid for Instagram stuff, and I've paid for Twitter, like, I've paid! Yeah, yeah, I know 2 takes place before 1, but
this ain't nice.
They were, you know, like, in terms of gameplay, like 2 is a huge upgrade from 1. So I was like, I need to go in order. I need to go in order, because it would be a huge downgrade going from 2, which is like so smooth and like has so many extra activities to do, and then going to 1.
This is turning nasty.
Being trapped playing a game just because. That's what it's like. Like, these people who have, like, pigeonholed themselves and, like, they can't play anything other than Dead by Daylight is like, man, that sucks. That sucks. You can never play anything ever again because your entire community will abandon you. That sucks. Executive dysfunction? Yeah. I wouldn't play something if I wasn't into it. Yeah. And that's it. Like, I've done that before. I mean, I feel like you've been here long enough, Dave, that I'm sure you've seen me just not be into a game, and I'm just like, all right, we're not playing it anymore. Like, I'm not feeling it. We're not playing it anymore. Like, I've done sponsored streams where I did my 2 hours that I was supposed to do to get paid to do, and I would be like, okay, my 2 hours are done, and I am never planning on playing that again. Contract bill? Listen, Dave. Listen, Dave. If I could be a full-time contract bill streamer... That's the proof.
This'll fetch a good price.
That you can do it. That I can just, like, stream whatever. Yeah. I know. And like I said, this is... A lot of this is... like my own inner demons. Like, a lot of this, like, my depression and my anxiety, like, affect a lot of things other than, like, my outside normal life. Like, it affects, like, my streaming, it affects my work, you know? So a lot of the, like, indecision and the unsurety comes from that. There was one survival you tested, it was shit, remember? I remember that one game that Dirge and I played that we couldn't even, it was a multiplayer game that you couldn't even join each other. Like, we just were queuing, trying to hope to get queued at the same, it was so bad, Vigor. And then there was that, oh yeah, that, are you talking about the Island Paradise one that, like, crashed, like, every 20 minutes? How long you plan it? I mean, it's only 11, so probably at least a couple more hours. Haunted House Renovator. But their streaming longevity is not great. And yeah, and then that's another thing. Then there's another thing where it's like, new games come out. Like, I want to play Expedition 33. I want to play it so bad. But I'm not letting myself start another game until I fucking finish Red Dead. I'm not starting another game until I finish Red Dead. The only exception to that is going to be Night Rain if I am still playing this at the end of the month. When are you gonna deal drugs again? I might do like a solo world or something, but I don't think that the crew is gonna do it again.
Let's go.
I watched Chaos play. I know, and it's on Game Pass, so I literally already have it downloaded. But I won't let myself start a new game. Because I can't. I am not one of those streamers who can be like, okay, so Monday we're playing this, and Tuesday we're playing that. Like, I can't do that. I have so much respect for people who can do that. You motherfucker. You aren't stealing my horse. Give me back Jeff. He tried to steal Jeff. Guys, Jeff almost just got Jeff
To
napped.
the victor, the spoils. Yeah.
If you whistle, your horse will buck him off. Yeah, but I can just shoot him instead. Ooh, Nightingale. I never actually finished the story in Nightingale because I just got so into the survival craft of it. Listen, Dave, if murder is an option, I'm taking it.
Load up now.
Why am I stuck? There we go.
Come on.
But yeah, I almost got Jeff napped, guys. But it's okay, we did it. We killed that man. But I'm not letting myself play any different games until I finish this game. But I have so many options, guys. I have so many options.
John Marston.
My new PC, guys. My new PC. I have 8. Excuse me, I just got the hiccups. I have 8 terabytes on my new PC. And I already have like 140 games downloaded. I've got Subnautica 2. I've got all the Arkham games. I've got the BioShock games. I have so many things that I want to play. And I'm like putting blinders on right now. Plainview is a reference to what movie?
Mr. Marston, don't be so childish.
I don't know.
Come on, sir, I implore you.
There Will Be Blood. Like,
Okay, so I made a few
Wasn't
innocent mistakes when last we met.
my Steam
But
library
my plan
now.
is still sound. Together we can conquer, if not the world, then certainly
Javier
Bill
Bardem, right?
Williamson.
Javier. Javier.
Do you a favor?
You read my mind. I can only deduce you've been taking my tonic, sir, as instructed. It can give the most ordinary of intelligences a remarkable insight.
I'll give you insight. I'll show you what your guts look like.
Please, sir, this show of
No,
petulance
which one?
is
What
nothing-
am I thinking of? That's not There Will Be Blood? What is the... Okay. Yes. Okay. So what is the movie that I'm thinking of? No Country... Thank you. Okay. Yes. I don't know how I mixed those up in my brain. Yes. As soon as you said Daniel Day-Lewis. Yep. Okay. Yep. Okay.
Short of
Yep.
embarrassing. Think for a moment, sir. Think.
I'm thinking
I don't know how I
about
swapped
much
those in my
of
brain.
time you're wasting.
That's probably how.
Sir, I am about to do something which I greatly discourage in all wise and rational men. A selfless act for you. But sir, before I act selflessly, allow me to act selfishly and sell some of my wares.
Fair enough.
Oh, good sir. Come, and let's go visit some of our fine friends in the other oil business we have here in Plainview. These men need all the help they can get.
Hey, love ya. Love ya. See you later. Is it heroin or cocaine? Was it this one? Was it this game? Or was it the second game? Where I was like walking through town and I was like, cocaine? I think that was 2, honestly. Now that I say that, I think it was 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, gather round, gather round. My friends, are you ready to change your lives forever?
Both?
I have
Yeah, but I'm
something
talking about a very
truly
specific
extraordinary
clip
to show you today.
of me
Friends,
playing.
hardworking souls of Plainview, do you suffer from rheumatism, lumbago, acute chronic
What is lumbago?
sciatic, neurologic or inflammatory pain? Well, represent the only company that makes the genuine article which cures headache, neuralgia,
Jeff.
toothache, earache, backache, swelling.
This man is a fucking charlatan. He just got done swindling us down at Cho Springs with this song and dance.
I say we tar and feather him right. I say we shoot the bastard.
I think it's time we take our business elsewhere. I apologize if science is not your forte. Good day, one and all.
Oh, wait, are we shooting? I like to murder. I like to murder. Oh no, I don't want to kill your horse. No, come here. You're lucky. I almost killed your horse. Oh, oh. Oh, he ragdolled pretty hard there. He ragdolled pretty hard there. I am. Oh, I'm on the passenger. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Sorry. The radar zoom? Ooh.
I'd say he's giving you your just desserts.
Time to go.
Those inmates were clearly informed of my refund policy.
You can only shit on people for so long before they decide it's their turn to pull down the pants.
That just fell off randomly. Oh, that was funny.
Do I try to tell you how to rob banks?
I don't rob banks. What do you mean? From shotgun is no different than doing it. Okay. I mean, it is different because I don't have to actually control. Holy West, you have pissed off a lot of people. Oh, stop, sweat, stop. There you go. I'm trying to not kill the horses. Oh my god.
Well, it looks like the global expansion of your
He didn't piss on a lot of people that we know of. That's true. We don't know what his piss preferences are.
That's it.
All this loot, I'm not looting.
I don't know.
Bro, how'd you live?
Hold on! Look, they've got the road blocked up ahead.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Blow it up. That's fun.
Excellent job! Now let's make haste with Cueva Seca.
Go, dude, go! Go! What? You got to fly?
Keep your eye out.
We lost the horse.
Maybe you need to think about it.
I will never give up on science, Doc.
We lost a horse somehow. The brothel might know. I don't think they're called brothels, and I literally think they're just called whorehouses.
That tonic I drank at Ridgewood went
Somehow,
like a
yeah.
dose of salt.
I wasn't driving. That's all I know. Oops. Bruh. Stop swerving. Stop swerving. Wait, where? Wait, where? Oh, right there.
This is a terrible misunderstanding.
Bruh. Bro. They are. Why are they so swervy?
To worry about.
Up. It says they're up. But I don't see anybody up there. Is he hitting the... he must be.
Get away from me!
like, what the deal is with this guy. Yeah, like, it's, yeah, I don't know where this other marker is trying to tell me to go.
Come on, we're almost there.
Is he behind, like, is he behind me? I don't know where this marker is. This poor horse, man.
Well, that was a little hairy. Thank you, my dear boy.
Sure.
You saved the day again.
Sure.
Always impresses me with the speed with which a group of men can turn from passive sheep into murderous wolves.
I'm impressed with how you nearly got us killed back there.
Yes, perhaps we should shelve the tonics business for a period.
I love how just John is just so annoyed all the time. Like everything, like John is just so annoyed all the time.
Let's say we try our hand at racing again. There's a meet at Rathskeller.
You're trying my patience, Mr. West Dickens.
Well, I'm sorry, dear boy, but I'm only an aging vendor of exotic elixirs, not the bloody U.S. cavalry. Forgive me if matters take some time to prepare.
All right, Nigel. Do you have anything to loot? Nothing? Yeah, here it is. I saved the day, as always. Alright, but he has another quest, it says.
Mr. West Dickens!
Oh, he's got horses back.
Ah, Mr. Marston. How wonderful to see you, sir. How wonderful.
Are we ready then?
Yes, sir. Nearly, sir. Very nearly, sir. I just need some cash to get some extra hardware fitted to my old Trojan horse here.
What?
Never mind, sir. I can only presume that you have not enjoyed the benefits of a classical education, so I will not take umbrage if some of my illusions sail over your head, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Do you think that he read about the fall of
I will
Troy?
endeavor to make you understand me. Either we do this right now, or I put a bullet in you and get on with my day.
Please, I knew you were a violent man, Mr. Marston, but I did not think you were a stupid one. We need money to outfit my carriage, to turn a simple tradesman's vehicle into something more subterfuge. And I'm about to tell you how we are going to
guy's
gain
butts, I know.
said cash. Now I know that you ride very well. So come, sir, to Rathskeller Fork.
I have to race again?
I'll show you the way.
Oh, ride? Oh, I don't get to ride with you? Oh, okay. Sure.
So how are you, John?
Okay, all things considered,
Jeff and I will just
hopefully we can
accompany
get through
you, I
the day
guess.
Without running into another army of your satisfied customers.
Onwards and upwards! I refuse to let the blind stupidity
I also have
of
to
the
pee.
proletariat derail my calling
So
in
hopefully
life.
this
Nothing
drive
blind about
isn't too
it.
long.
I'd say they saw right through you.
Before knowledge comes doubt, my dear boy.
Dubious
Everybody
products
knows
set to
you're
clutter the
stripping
modern
his
world.
dog-hide leg, West Dickens.
I resent that invitation, John.
I wasn't
A
implying.
snake
I
oil
was
salesman.
You're such a successful businessman. What are you doing living in a cave?
Delightfully Dickensian, isn't
Ooh,
it?
what's
If you
that
say
building?
so.
Are you familiar with the concept of philanthropy, John?
I'm surprised you are.
Oh, I don't do any of this for myself, John. I hope you realize that.
You're crazy, old man.
It's been quite a ride, John, hasn't it?
We haven't gone that far.
No, I mean us. Ridgewood Farm, Gaptooth Creek, Plainview. We make quite a team, you and me. Brains and brawn. We should consider a more permanent partnership.
This
No.
partnership ends as soon as I have Bill Williamson.
No.
I appreciate your help, but I've just about had it with all your schemes. You need to realize what's at stake here.
I know,
John's
John,
so
I
over it.
know. Just win this race and we'll be ready. I
John
give you
is
my
so
word.
over it.
There's Rathskeller Fork up ahead.
Can I just, like... Yeah. Yeah, let's just make it easy.
Let's go.
All right. Line up at the start position. Okay. Before we do this race, I'm gonna go pee. I'll let you enjoy the ambiance, and I'll be back in a couple minutes. Sorry, I clearly hit the wrong button on my stream deck. Just starting soon. I know, a pee break during a Pinxel stream? What is this? Okay. Well stretched. Let's race. Oh, Jeff, you okay? There we go. Perfect, and the ad break just ended. Look at that. Perfect ad break pee. Perfect ad break pee.
No shooting, stabbing, cliff pushing, rock throwing, cactus grinding, neck lassoing, setting fires, or other acts that causes a rider to unfairly lose his weight, or bleed heavily, or black out. Get yourselves ready.
Okay, go.
Yeah.
Jeff, go!
Yeah.
What the fuck was that?
I ain't waiting around. You got no chance. Come.
Lucy? I don't know about that trivia, but okay, but like, who is Lucy?
Come on.
Lucy who? Move, horses, move!
Let's go.
Come on, horse, you can do it. Come on, Jeff. Come on, Jeff. I know, that's what I thought. Like, I thought it was Lucy who? Come on, Jeff! Guys, if Jeff dies the exact same way he died last time, I'm going to lose it. Do you guys remember how Jeff died? Horse Jeff, not to be confused with fucking Jeff. No, they're both the same. How did he die? He jumped off a fucking cliff on his own. I didn't ride him off a cliff. I whistled to him for him to come to me, and he fucking yeeted himself off a cliff and died. I might lose Jeff? No! That's not very horse-like. Well, Jeff said, I tire of this existence, and said fucking yeet. I can't lose Jeff. Don't lose Jeff.
Go.
Performance enhancers, and thus has been disqualified. He's using them horse tranks. He's been microdosing horse tranks. Hidalgo? Oh, but wasn't Hidalgo sad? He let the intrusive thoughts win. The funny thing is like, I don't understand why they spawned him up there instead of, like, near me. But yeah, I whistled to him and he just went yeet. Hidalgo. See, Jeff did it.
He saw, he conquered.
Jeff's fine.
What a fantastic spectacle, John.
Jeff's fine. Jeff and John, the dream team.
Have we got enough money now?
And Seabiscuit. Nice work, Jeff. Yes. Good job, Jeff. You did it.
Their side of the bargain, I think we should be ready. Quite a team we've assembled, don't you think?
A bunco, a grave robber, and a drunk. How could things possibly go wrong?
The funny thing is after Jeff died, it was Horse, if you remember, but Horse was H-O-A-R-S, Horse. Horse. Jeff for Horsident? What was I just stuck on there? That was so funny. Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog? Fancy Dan.
Hey, partner, I need your help.
You and every other fool around here.
No, they took her. They took my love. They stole Jim's heart and they took her away.
Oh my god, I remember this one.
What are you talking about, friend?
They took my love. They took Jim's
I remember this
love.
one. I remember this one.
Out of tumbleweed. Can you help me, partner? Partner, can you
I
help
remember
me?
this one.
I doubt it. But if I head up that way, I'll see what I can do.
He's a horse fucker, isn't he?
I have a soul.
He's a horse fucker. Alright, let's look for Jeb's love. Is this the one? Yeah, it's this one. Alright. Let's go get Jeb's love. Come on, Jeff. Not the horse lover? Yeah, I think he's a horse fucker. Jeff? Where were you, Jeffrey?
Let's go.
Jeff was busy getting— No! Jeff! No, Jeff, we don't do that here. Not in this good Christian Minecraft server. How long is it gonna fucking rain? It's hard to see in the distance. What? Where? There? Oh, okay. This is a path, apparently. Oh, I do remember it took me a while to grasp Liar's Dice. I remember that, but then I was like, oh wait, Pirates of the Caribbean. And then I figured it out. But I don't know how to play poker. Okay. Where was she again?
Let's go.
Oh, okay, question mark. Hi, I need to bring this horse to a man
What you doing here,
so he
mister?
can do
Come for
things
you.
to it.
mercy mission. Your poor wretch of a man lost his mind. Seen him at Rathskeller Fork.
My man? My man's dead. Lawman shot him about a month ago. Shot him in the back, coming out of a cat house. Gave themselves medals. Just like I gave myself to that poor bastard.
They're terrible at it.
Unless you've been to hell, you ain't seen no
Knucklebones and Cult of the Lamb.
Then where is she?
Who?
Jeb's girl.
Who's Jeb?
That's another one I want to redo.
Creepy kind of guy. Short black hair.
It was so
mustache.
fun with the chat integration.
Oh my. This is Lucy. This is Jeb's girl. You dumb fool. Took it off him about a week ago.
Then you better come with me.
Yeah. We better get her back to her man, huh? You gonna make my day.
Hours eating others.
Romantic you is.
I mean, I mean,
man.
All right,
I mean, that's not what I meant to say.
Come on.
All right, now I need to go back to where? I was like over here. Is it gonna give me a thing? Is it gonna give me... It's not gonna give me directions?
You should have seen the look on your face, mister. I bet you thought
Heading
you
away.
were a real hero.
I should never
Okay.
listen to that
I don't know where to
crazy fool.
go. Rathskeller Fork. Right. I was like... I was above. Wasn't I up here a second ago? And pooping everywhere. That's what I loved playing Cult with the chat integration. I thought it was so fun and so silly. Okay, am I still heading away?
No, miss. I was just helping him out.
Okay, but I don't know where to go
I'm just
without
like
it.
you.
You're heading
a real
away.
Sweetheart.
All right, I'll go north.
Yeah.
I gotta ask, mister.
Because, like,
didn't
I
Jeb
went
strike
that
you as
way.
being kind of funny.
Like, I came down from over here to get here.
Kind of funny.
Jeb, he's a special type of funny, I'd say.
I'm inclined to agree with you, miss.
Why is it not giving me...
I'm glad you find it so amusing.
Why is it not giving me directions that I can reasonably care
Hey there,
for?
Lucy. You excited to go back to your
Oh, I
special
just keep
man?
taking them in and I just let them die of old age.
Well, Jeb sees something in her, doesn't he? You think
I
he's
have to
gonna
sacrifice a bunch of followers for an
There's some
achievement.
things I'd rather not think
And
about.
I'm like,
Mister,
eh.
I gotta thank you. I'm gonna remember this one for a long time.
Are we going the right way?
Let's go.
Anything for the cause. Blessies. You're going away. Okay.
Come on.
Am I still going away? Near Tumbleweed? See, Ridgewood Farm. Pleasant's house. Rathskeller Fork. Why? How come that didn't show up when I was zooming before? That's annoying. Okay, so we're going the wrong way. All right, lady. Let's go this way. Riding too fast. Oh.
Come on, easy up now.
There we go. Come on, lady. Come on, lady. Too hot to trot. Come on.
Come on.
How fast can she go? Can she go one more? You're sleeping? It's all good. I forgive you. Jeff is a good boy. Honestly, Jeff is a perfect horse name. You know? Just look at a horse and you're like, that's a Jeff right there.
Go.
Whee. Saving. Oh, okay, here we go. Reunite Jeb and Lucy. Ugh, I hate this. This horse is like emaciated. Here you go. Weird man.
Mister, you found her, mister.
Oh, I found her all right.
Come here, girl. Come to daddy. Oh, you're so beautiful. So strong, yet such a lady. I long to hold you. I missed you so much.
You got problems, friend?
Oh, I ain't got no problems. Not now that she's back with me.
Oh,
I remember a cold night that we spent together. Every night's been cold without you, my sweet thing. Oh.
I thought I was sick in the head.
I told you he was funny, mister. Life out here does that to people.
Oh.
I should know. My daddy kept goats.
He's rubbing on her butt. I feel like I want to kill this man. So he can't like do anything to this horse. I'm conflicted. Steal her?
This can't be happening.
Wait, go, Lucy, go! Where are you going? Why are you stuck? Lucy! Got her. We got. Oh yeah. I don't remember how to do that. This. I don't know how to. I don't remember how to do it. I don't remember how to do it.
Come on, come on!
I thought it was in my pouch. Yeah, I might not have it yet. Maybe I get it on a mission? Jeff, I know, Jeff's like, what? It's okay, Jeff. It's for a good reason. Oh no, she has no more stamina. Lucy! Lucy! You're so much slower than Jeff! Oh no, now we gotta commit so many crimes. Okay, we're good. We're good. I hope it was worth it, Lucy. Okay, we got it. We got her. Now I have to go pay my thing. Can I pay that somewhere? Or do I have to pay it? I have to pay it in here, don't I? Oh yeah, that's right. Jeff? Come on, Jeff. All right, okay, hold on. Where do I pay? Will I pay an armadillo? But no, I'm over here. So I have to pay here, right? Is there a thing here? Is there a... I don't know where to pay. Alright, well, whatever. Let's just go head towards Seth. Alright, let's go. Come on, Jeff. So Benedict Point. Doesn't look like a town though. Well, I guess Irish is here, so we can go here. Come on, Jeff.
Come on.
Lucy kind of sucks though, but it's fine. Come on, Jeff. Jeff, meet your wife. I don't know about that. She hasn't got very good stamina. You know, Jeff's a stallion. He needs someone on his level. I think he actually is. Like, I think he actually is a stallion. Benedict Pass. Put your gun away. More lawmen will come. Oh, will they? Get Jeff a stallion boyfriend? Oh, hell yeah. If we find another stallion, for sure. What are we gonna name him, though? We have to plan this ahead of time so we know.
Howdy.
Love is love all of a sudden. Horse love is horse love. Alright, I can't tie her, though, because if I tie her, I'll lose Jeff. So, this is... Unfortunately, this is where we part ways with Lucy. Lucy, you're a good girl. You're free now. You don't ever have to put up with him ever again. You're free, Lucy. Be free. You're free. Alright, I can... Sorry, excuse me. Excuse me, sorry, excuse me. Pay off my bounties. Thank you. 3 counts of murder and 1 count of horse theft. Just wiped off. Gone. Doesn't exist. $170. So, what did we learn here, chat? For $170, you can kill 3 men and steal a horse. That's what we learned. Lucy, we love you. Oh, look. Lucy, where are you going? Well, now you're not going anywhere because you got stuck. Oh, no. Wait. Lucy. Don't you go back to him. Oh, no. Lucy's not going anywhere. Lucy lives behind this building now. Lucy lives here now. She's trying to buy a ticket. Or she's paying off her bounty. For the 3 men she's also killed.
Where are you? Oh, who do you want? I see you.
That was so good. That was totally worth it. It was so good.
Where's that machine gun, Irish?
Oh, Mr. Marston. I found you one.
Ate it in the bed.
Found us one, Irish. We're in this together. You, me,
Murder,
and an assault on Fort
$170.
Mercer.
Horse theft, $20.
I'm the guy that saved you from
Lucy's
getting killed
freedom,
back there.
priceless.
Who you owe your life to, remember?
Not really. Happens to me all the time.
You don't want it to happen to you again, do you, Irish?
No, friend. I wants to buy you a drink. I wants to tell you how much she means to me.
Goblin
how
hours are gonna get...
special you is.
No problem,
I wanna
Aya.
tell you
I hope
that
you
if
have a
don't produce
wonderful
Gatling gun
evening.
within the hour,
But
you'll wish
first...
you'd
Oh,
been killed back there.
It's the whiskey, sir.
let me take a sip.
Gives me the memory of a newborn baby.
Take the Hobbit's to Isengard. Bye, Lucy. I hope you enjoy your new life, Lucy. I don't know where she even is. She gone. She out living her life. Caper's still, yeah. Yeah, I think Lucy's gone. Lucy's gone. Hope she enjoys her freedom.
trying to get that gun of yours if you
Driver, how are you? Welcome in.
love me faithless Flora.
You missed it. We stole a horse and committed murder so that we could get the horse away from her horse lover.
Stuck between Fair and Madeline.
Well, you're gonna be stuck somewhere
Lucy is
between
Lucy,
dying
it's
and
true.
dead if you try to cross me again.
But she'll never get touched again.
Pure. I swear it on me, poor mother's
Why are you
life.
going so
I just
slow,
get a
though?
tad confused from time to time. Honest mistake.
If there's any more confusion, I'll finish
Driver,
what
how
your
you
friends
doing?
in Armadillo started.
Jesus, you're an impatient bastard, aren't
What you been
Where's the
doing?
gun,
What you been
Irish?
up
I hear
to?
some
What you
miners
been
been blabbing about
playing?
a machine gun they found. Apparently, they got it stashed up at Gaptooth Breach.
What do miners want with a machine
Lying in
gun?
Shoot it
bed?
at somebody, I suppose, or sell it. I don't know. Never been down a mine in all my life.
It's
Sounds real fishy
Friday.
to me, Irish. I've just about had it with you and your games. You and Wes Dickens are so crooked, you can swallow nails and spit out corkscrews.
Not far now, Johnny. We should go around the side of Gaptooth so the miners don't see us coming.
I still don't know what miners would want with a machine gun.
Miners are always fighty bastards. Spend too long without daylight and foxes, and it starts playing with your mind.
I never heard so much shit come out of one mouth.
Only tell you what I heard. Oh, and we'll need a wagon or something to get it out of there. That gun's heavier than sin.
So how was I supposed to move it by myself last time? Two-faced little bastard.
Stop, damn it. Here
You
we
have a
are.
jiu-jitsu tournament
Let's stop here
tomorrow.
a moment to get a lie of the land.
Expected a vertical lift bridge 2 days this week. Wow. Miners, not miners.
The entrance is plain to see, and there's a shaft them bastards use to haul out heavy ore. I mean you, can use that lift to get you and the gun to the surface. I do it all myself, but the mines play havoc with me sinuses.
Right.
I'll find us a fine place to hide these horses, and then return with a borrowed flat wagon.
I'll meet you at the mouth of the mine shaft. And Irish, I strongly advise you don't run off this time.
Take care, Jeff.
You must be lost, cowboy. This is private property.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you speaking?
Sorry, partner.
I'm sorry. Were you speaking? It will allow you to be treated like one of their gang in Gaptooth Ridge. Right, but I can't put it on. Why does he run like he has to poop?
You clearly don't like me much.
Oh, okay.
Now this is getting ugly.
Can I reload? There we go. Alexa, stop.
Now what next?
I don't see the other guy yet, though. Is he in the house? Why do I not oh, there he is. I was like, why do I not see him?
Go home, buddy.
Brother is still alive?
What have we got here?
I feel like I vaguely remember this quest. Vaguely. Just step on him while I loot him, yes. Big shootout. Big shootout. So many gun. Can I go in this house? Yeah, buddy. Nothing? There's nothing? Boring. Boring. What pistol? I think I only have the first one right now. Yeah, I only have the first one right now. I haven't gone shopping yet. Which I should probably do soon. I'm stuck. Can I grab this? Can I grab this? Okay, I got it. There we go. Yeah, I haven't gone shopping yet in this one. This attempt.
That's too damn close! Son of a bitch!
Where?
Damned in hell!
Ooh. Love that for me.
I need a
Love that for me. Ooh, except for now I can't see. Get in, bitch, we're going shopping! Oh, we are definitely going shopping after this. After this questy. Left fork core. Can I blow it up somehow?
We can do this with guns,
I love to blow up the peoples. Oh no, come back. Come back. Oh wait, I'm missing loot? Where? Where? Don't get blown up. No, I'm trying to shoot far. Stick your head out.
What now?
Yeah. I'm a menace. Hello? Unfortunate for you. That makes sense, but I didn't know you could do that. And that was actually kind of cool. And I'm gonna blow up this TNT just so it doesn't get. Wait, where was it? Behind? Yeah, it's behind. Oh, how do I shoot this then? Like this? The all cattleman. I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad. It only takes like 1, 2 shots. 3 if like you do body shots if you're, you know, not paying attention. All right, so clearly I have to blow that up from behind. Wait, how do I switch sides again? Wait, how do I switch shoulders? Can I do that in this one? I don't think I can do that. Unvehicle. Take cover, crouch, jump, sprint, use item. Okay. Switch camera shoulder. X. Okay. Oh, I was... Okay. That's stupid, but whatever. How is he? How are you missing all those shots?
Why don't you go get some friends? Even this up a bit.
My aim is better than John's, and it sucks. Did it? Ooh. What is all that?
What have we got here?
L3, thank you. The funniest part is I actually was facing the right way. It's just... yeah. I didn't kill any of them? Here's this guy. Where's this guy? Alright, whatever. Fine, I'll just loot. Take your time. Okay, looties. Looties. There's no... was that the same guy? Was that the same guy I shot in the gut 4 times? Grab onto them. Oh, okay. I kind of remember this. Kind of. Alright, I looted those already. Give me this ammo. Give me this ammo. Okay. Loadies. Grab the minecart. Let's push. Push. Push, push, push. Control to slow down. Why would I slow down? Only sidearms can be used while pushing? What am I shooting? This is the way, right? Hold on. It's gotta be the other way then, right? This is not a situation where it's like you can just blow this shit up. Oh, you can. Hold on. Hold on. How? Hold on. How? Can I climb on this? I need to... How? This will hurt me if I get this close, won't it? I feel like this is not the right answer, and I'm so determined right now. This is so incorrect, and I'm like, no, I will make this happen. You really can't. You really can't do it, huh? No, you really can't do it. And I can't climb on the... Oh, I can. Okay, okay. Motherfuck. Seriously? Are you for serious right now? Are you for serious right now? No, I wanted to go the... Oh. I wanted to go the other way. I said, I was like, it seems impossible because it's totally not what you're supposed to do. But I was determined. And I found a way, but alas, the game decided no. Also, this will have definitely lost centrifugal force by now. Well, not anymore. You were convinced. It should have worked. In theory, it should have worked. I'm a little upset about it.
I thought I'd be looking at your corpse being hauled up this lift. Load up and I'll engage the gears.
Oh my god, stop. Okay, I don't know why my mouse keeps like being super sensitive every time I try to move it.
There she is. What a beautiful weapon. God's own gun. Ain't that the truth? I got us a borrowed flatbed parked down below. Meet me at the bottom of the hill!
What? Push the cart down the bottom of the hill. Alright, well... What? He lived? Oh my. Okay, Oh, that was so good. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, that's it? I thought there was more. I thought it was gonna be longer.
Let's go!
A short wee ride now, and we'll have this executive peacemaker delivered to Old West Dickens.
Just make sure it doesn't fall off on the way.
Wait, does he have Jeff? No, there's Jeff. I was like, wait. Working like the Dickens. Hold on, I got something for that. There you go. Oh yeah, let's go shopping. All right, where can we shop? Where can we shop? Hey, bounty. Excuse me? What bounty do I have? What bounty do I have? Oh wait, there's gotta be- oh, there is more. Okay, hold on. There's way more loot. There's way more loot. So much loot. And we're gonna go shopping. Shopping. Nothing in that one. Okay. Nothing, nope. Nope, nothing in that one. That's the bedroll took me there for a second. Got that one. Alright, and let's go in this building. There's 2 buildings to go in, but I don't think there's anything in them. In the cart house. There's 2 cart houses, so let's see. Don't see anything here. Okay. Let's go over here. Don't know though. Well, we're gonna see. Okay. Oh yeah, see, I went in here before. There's nothing here, but is there like an upstairs? Yes, there's upstairs, okay. Hello? Can I open this? Loot so much more stuff in 2. Like, I distinctly remember that. Oh, no, no. John! Where are you going? No, doesn't look like there's anything. Which, that seems like such a waste. Is that just like floating blood? It's a bummer. Wait, is this the same upstairs? Okay, it's the same upstairs. Yeah, I mean, unless I completely am missing it, it doesn't seem like it. None of these seem interactable. Did we look at the upstairs of this one? I think we did. Yeah, there's nothing in this one either. Open. This one door doesn't want to open. Okay. Unless I am completely missing it, I don't see anything. Well, we looked though. Can you go in this one? No? Can't go in that one? Okay. Alright, Jeff.
Let's go.
We're off. Wait, why did my path just... Okay, there we go. I was like, why did my path just change?
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. I want to see... What is this building over here? What's that? A gang hideout is deserted at the moment. There may be more for you to do if you come back later. It's got a story. Yeah, clearly. Don't think I can go in here, though. Oh, I can! Ooh. It's all burned. Ooh, ice. You got any loot in the basement? So there's not even gonna be any loot because it's like not time to do this yet? Jeffafa Dunham.com. Tumbleweed is supposed to be haunted. I mean, this looks like something out of a horror movie. Ooh, loot. See? I knew it. I knew it. I knew there would be loot. Can't go. This is kind of a cool little area. I just want to loot everything in this game. Is like, no, sorry, we don't do loot. That's the second game. Okay, I think I've been... I loved Thunderbolts. I really, really enjoyed it a lot. I thought it was probably one of the best Marvel movies that they've made since Endgame. Like, I feel like Marvel kind of fell off after Endgame. And I really liked it. So this whole place is supposed to be haunted. It's kind of cool.
Come on.
Kind of just sat around the house. I definitely suggest seeing it if you can. I enjoyed it a lot. And I went with a friend of mine from work, and she is not, like, quite as into like the Marvel universe as I am and stuff. And whose horse is this? And she even said like, wow, that was really good. Like she even really enjoyed it. Oh, I see it right there. So like there are horses here. Horses with saddles on them. This place like burn? Man, there's no loot in here. Gets used for different stuff. Looks like a ghost town, I know. Yeah, that's what Dave was saying. Is like if you come here at night, it's haunted. There would be so much loot here in the second game. Go up the stairs, John. Come on. But I found some loot, so it's worth peeking, clearly. Okay, so I went to the saloon. Did the jail? Yeah, I did all this already. All right. Is that a jackalope? I'm sorry, what?
Tough one, ain't you?
Aren't those not real? What? Is that a thing? You know, I thought I saw something in the achievements about like a Sasquatch. Hold on a second. Let's look at this. Find and chill a chupacabra. Find and break a unicorn. Yeah. Jackalope's not one though? Come on. Okay, those are missions. These are missions, right? Yeah, find and kill a Sasquatch. Trying not to like look at the mission ones, but complete 20 story missions without switching to a new horse at a hitching post. Ooh. Hopefully if Jeff lives that long. All right. The Nightmare steps up the game, delivering unique loot. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's one of the problems with, like, the fact that I spent so much time in, Red Dead Online. And then went into 2. And then went to 1. Is like, I'm like, I just want to loot. I just want to loot everything. Oh, they're from Undead Nightmare? Oh, I wonder why they're combined and they're not, like, split. I'm trying to ride my horse. Thank you. What? That was so strange. The unicorn makes sense. Makes sense. The chupacabra makes sense. But the jackalope... Like, I thought those weren't real. I I could be stupid and I could be entirely wrong, but I thought the jackalopes weren't real. Well, it's good to know that those are an undead nightmare and I won't like waste the time looking for them in base. So it's good to know, actually. Never seen a jackalope? No, I've never seen a jackalope. Honestly, the only jackalope I've seen was in like D&D. What wagon is stolen? This one? Is he dead? Okay, he's dead.
Let's see what you got.
Okay, can I ride the horse with the wagon? No, I have to ride the wagon. Okay. All right, Jeff, let's go. But no, I've never seen a real, I've never seen a jackalope in any sort of real references. Try and talk it out. I could have probably lassoed him, huh? I probably could have. That's a tree. A jackrabbit with antlers? Yeah. Nope.
No need to thank me, lady.
Mounted on a wall. Right, but like, isn't that like not real? No, like, I'm being so serious right now. Aren't they not real? I feel really dumb right now. Alright, what is my bounty for? Jackalopes. That's what I thought. They're not real. Like I've seen them in like D&D and I've seen them in like movies and stuff, but not like snipes are real though. Hi Eric, how are you? So good to see you.
Nate Johns looks strong for governor elections. Famous race won by newcomer.
Okay. So wait, it says pay bounty, but I don't have a bounty. Right? I spy with my little eye a color. A color, but it happened to be like a really good color. Like a really, really good color. Let's go shopping. An armadillo. Did I get the no, should I get the paper? Oh, I think someone said that the paper like changes with the game, doesn't it? Alright, let's not leave Jeff on the train tracks, just in case. Jeff is just like prone.
What's that all about?
I'm sorry. Put your gun away. Can I buy a paper from you? Hello? I didn't mean to. Can I buy a paper? I apparently I made him drop his newspaper and now he won't sell it to me. No! I just want to read the newspaper. All right, let me see if I go if like okay. He picked up a new one. Okay.
Boy, you don't
Hello, sir.
what you did last night, I bet.
Hello, sir. I would like the newspaper. I would like a newspaper, please. Okay. John's leading race. Atkinson disgrace in race crime. What? Nate Johns looks... Oh, I thought that was me, because, like, John. I'm John. Rangers struggle with changing economy. Damsels causing distress in moving picture show. With the flick of the magic lantern and the tune of a skilled musician, the moving picture Damsels Causing Distress opened at Armadillo to great fanfare. Viewers claim it is a fantastic show, while established theatrical groups say the moving picture is a brief novelty and nothing is like the theatrical triumph of live actors on a live stage, giving real credible emotion. That's funny. Walton Lowe, age 30, has died by gunshot. He will be missed by nobody. Merchant run out of town. Plainview and the Rio Bravo, New Austin for health benefits, new medical clinic, narrowly escaped with his life after he was set up by an angry throng of disgruntled customers. The West Dickens patented elixir is said to be a complete sham. That's funny. So I did that. What is this? Reasons... Wrathfiller's Fall Classic turned up a major shock when an unknown outsider defeated the rest of the field and seized victory. That's also me. That's funny. The Moaning Outhouse. Make hay while the sun shines. Horse pills for sale. How long will you live? This person died. They won't be missed. Yeah. That's kind of cool. Yeah, somebody mentioned that the newspaper will like mention stuff you've done. That's kind of cool. That's cool. Thanks for pointing that out and making me turn back around. Come back! Jeff! Stay off the tracks. I don't trust you. See? Look at how close the train was, Jeff. You're being reckless. Jeff would have gotten straight up just run over by a train. Gentle Giant from Dr. Seuss's World have famously hatched an egg. Oh, the Lorax, right? The Lorax? I think so. I think that's what it is. L-O-R-I-X, right? Better or worse, but he's gone for good. Nah, it's not the Lorax. Oh. Oh my. Okay, we killed some cougs. Come back, lady. I helped you. Horton? No, it's Horton Here's a... That's Horton Here's a Who. He has, like, the little plant.
Nothing, lady. You be safe now.
Yeah, Horton Here's a Who had the little plant that he could, like... There was, like, the world that was, like, on the little plant. I think the Lorax. Wait, the egg hatching elephant from Dr. Seuss is none other than Horton. Wait, when does he hatch an egg? No, for real. When does he hatch an egg? I remember Horton Here's a Who. Like I said, he has the little flower and there's like the little town that, or like the little town of people that's like on the flowers. Lorax, okay. Okay. I genuinely don't remember Horton sitting on an egg in Horton Here's a Who. The big thing being, but I don't remember the egg part. It's a different story? What? Hold on a second here. I want to... I want to pull up a web browser, but I guess I can't. I'll have to do it over here. Horton hatches... Horton hatches... Oh, Horton Hatches an Egg is its own book? Oh! I didn't know. Okay, well, I don't have to look it up then. That makes... I was about to look up the story of Horton Here's a Who. Because I was like, no, like, I don't remember there being an egg in Horton Here's a Who at all. But it's because it's a completely different Horton. Oh. Interesting. I didn't know that. I mean, Dr. Seuss wrote quite a few books, and I'm sure not all of them were, you know, as big as, like, Cat in the Hat, and, like, read them all when I was small. I read a lot. Like, there's, like, Oh, the Places You'll Go. There's, like, One Fish, Two Fish, Red Fish, Blue Fish. There's Cat in the Hat. There's, what's the one with the tree? And it's, like, all, like, it's, like, I remember the cover as a big tree, and then there's, like, all these, like, little people, like, in the tree. What is that? I remember that. It's, Oh, the Places You'll Go. Yep, all the, yep. Green Eggs and Ham, obviously. Butter Battle. The Butter Battle. Star-Bellied Sneetches. Also a relevant parable like West Dickens. Right, we gotta go. It's shopping time, guys. I want to actually like look up more because I remember there's got to be more Dr. Seuss books for sure. Was the Grinch Dr. Seuss?
Come on.
Yeah. The only reason, and this is my thought process, guys. The only reason that I thought the Grinch was Dr. Seuss was because of the fingies, because they all have those like pointed, elongated fingers. What else? I'm missing so many herbs right now, but I'm not stopping getting off my horse. Thing 1 and Thing 2. Well, that's Cat in the Hat.
Go.
I like really want to look it up. I'm honestly about to look up some Dr. Seuss later. Oh wait, I wanted to go. Oh, I didn't go into Armadillo. I went to Coots Chapel. All right, well, we're going here. Sorry, we're coming back for you later, Seth. I didn't realize you were not in town. The ones about contraptions. Oh, the tree one is killing me, though. I want to look it up. And for some reason, I can't, like, I'm hitting the Windows button, and it's not, like, hold on, if I do this, and then this, that's so weird. The Windows button is not, like, bringing up, like, my search. Okay. Dr. Seuss. So I can't even, like, show you guys. What is the tree one called? Okay, the Lorax. That's not the one I'm looking for. I can, like, see the cover. Like, I can see the cover in my mind. The Foot Book. Fox and Socks. Yertle the Turtle. There's a Wocket in My Pocket. I've never read that one. What is that? Mr. Brown Can Moo? Oh, Mr. Brown Can Moo, Can You? Yep, I remember that one. Oh, does Dr. Seuss do the Berenstain Bears too? No? "31 Dr. Seuss beginners books, and then there's 2 Berenstain Bears books in this thing. Yeah, the Berenstain Bears on the Moon. Yeah, because it's by the Berensteins. That's funny. It's a post. Somebody's selling some. No, it's a post. Somebody is selling a bunch of books, and they're all no. Somebody's selling a bunch of books, and they labeled them as all Dr. Seuss books. But like, I can see right on the cover that it says by so and so and so and so Berenstein. So it was just whoever posted the post trying to sell their books was wrong. Yeah, I'm not seeing this one, but I can like very, very distinctly remember like there being like a tree on the cover with like a bunch of like just like a bunch of little stuff in the tree. Maybe that wasn't even a Dr. Seuss book, because I am not seeing it. I wish that I had duck feet. And to think that I saw it on Mulberry Street. Yep. Yep. Good one. Good one, Dave. Did I ever tell you how lucky you are? 10 apples up on top. Never heard of that one. Wait, are you my mother? No, that's not Dr. Seuss. That's P.D. Eastman. Okay. Yeah, see, people are stupid. Like, I literally looked up Dr. Seuss and it's showing me all of these other things. Please try to remember the 1st of October. Yeah, I don't remember half of these. The Giving Tree. Green Eggs and Ham. Take a Hike. I don't know. Maybe it was literally just like an alternate cover for something, or maybe it wasn't even a Dr. Seuss book. Anyways, there's plenty that I had no clue even about. Like, I read a bunch of those ones that I was like, I don't know what any of those even are. I don't know what any of those even are. Okay. Thank you so much for the follow. Hopefully you didn't come in while we were looking at Dr. Seuss books. Another firekeeper. Hi, ghouls. Welcome in. We were just reminiscing our childhood, and we were looking at Dr. Seuss books. All right, let's go shopping. I need to go to the gun store. Wanna be a cowboy, baby.
Please feel free to browse my selection.
Where are you? Sir? Huh? Nick?
I got iron to suit any need. Please.
Wait, I need to buy a gun. Oh, I like the volcanic pistol, that's right. What does the bandolier do? Does it make it so I can carry more? I want it. Thank you.
That we're mutually beneficial. I can only put the Jeb Murphy name on top items.
Where's my chupacabra? Oh, not chupacabra. Where's my whatchamacallit?
We got the Second Amendment for a
Carry more ammo.
Don't we?
P.D. Eastman that people mistake for fish out of water is one. That's what I assumed. An ammo upgrade. Guys, I know you're gonna be upset with me, but I have to pee again because I've been drinking so much water. Be proud of me that I'm drinking water. Go piss, girl. I will. Wait, is there more? Do I have to go to different towns to get different guns, or is it like a level thing? All right, I'm gonna go pee. All right. Okay. Fish out of water. Oh, it's Dr. Seuss's wife's book? That's kind of cool. Paper said there was a different rifle. Yeah, so it must be...
Howdy, friend.
Nope, we can't put no price on safety.
See, it says double-barreled shotgun. Like, they're not available.
Thank you.
So... I'm not sure. What's the general store got?
This establishment welcomes you.
Welcome you.
You won't find anything Jewish made in this establishment, sir.
Infested? Slow speed. Sickly looking gray horse. Welsh Mountain. Oh, the Hungarian half-bred is an achievement. Golden Pearl Horse. Isn't that what I have? Get the rabbit's foot. Ooh.
Anything else I can do for you?
Shows all nearby herbs on the map for 20 minutes. Oh, what are these? Towns, settlements, and landmarks. Allows fast travel from camp. Sure.
A fine choice.
And then this one. Okay. I think that's all I'm gonna get right now. Should I sell any of this stuff? I mean, the horse hides are like... Wolf pelt. Select 3 more. Cat in the Hat. His publishing company have Cat in the Hat. Oh! So that makes sense. And I assume that, the Berenstein Bear is part of that company. The Hungarian one you have is a good horse. Wait. So I have the Hungarian half-bred already? Because there's an achievement for that. Evade U.S. Marshals while riding the Hungarian half-bred. This says on a white Bronco. Oh my gosh. It's an O.J. Simpson reference. I just got it. I think it said that it was a... I thought it said that it was a Kentucky Saddler.
That's all of it, sir. Best be going.
You're welcome here anytime.
Like, how do I know what kind of horse I have? Like, how do I see? Jeff! See, like, how do I see my horses? I want to know what kind of horse Jeff is! It's a Hungarian half-bred, pretty sure. I thought she did say something. I thought she said something about it being a stallion. But I mean, that's just... Remember in part 1. Hello. Watch the movie. No, I'm gonna go in and talk to these people though. Wait, I can't? Is she behind? At the stables? But isn't this... I thought the stables was just in 2.
Now there's a leading man. Hello there. What brings a fine specimen like yourself to my humble establishment?
Establishment? This place looks like a schoolhouse.
Such limited thinking. Have you not seen the future, my friend?
Hungarian half bread.
We make dreams.
Is the dragon Harry Potter fought? Can't do it in the cutscene.
Arts is what you call it?
The menus? Okay, I'm gonna look through them.
Granted, I only have a poor imitation of the true Nickelodeon. But that
okay, I'll look it up in a second.
To build my new film studio and make New Austin with its cheap land and fine climate the second center of the motion picture industry. Hell, a couple good years now I'll be here. I'll produce adventure stories, as well as melodramas for the ladies, and even some fantastical shorts for children young and old.
Richard Scary, busy town.
Just north of here. Apparently, the owner is a frequent lover and loser at the liar's dice table.
Oh no.
Thieves' Landing. If you could do me the favor to wrest control from him, I'd reward you quite highly.
Okay.
A career in the arts.
This is the one where I had to play against him to get the building. That's right.
Not much of a high-stakes gambler, and movies seem like drivel.
Drivel? No, sir.
You take that back, John Marsden.
Listen, if you run into a chap named Spatchcock, tell him to get back to work.
Spatchcocking is disgusting.
Spatchcock, trained as the finest gunslinger and hero in motion picture history.
Why is his face like this?
People began to believe it was for real, and now he's run off to become a gunslinger for real. Heard he's in.
Why is his face like this?
Fool will have himself killed if you don't help.
If I see him, I'll tell him.
A producer credit awaits, sir.
Why was his face stuck like that? All right, let's look at journal. Brief. Okay, so not journal. Stats. Ow. Domesticated horses killed 1. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. They shot the horse while they were chasing me. Journal challenges. How many hats shot off? That's on my stats. Combat, right? Dual hats shot off 1. 9 civilians killed. Nah. Nah. Yeah, I looked under Miss too. Like, I thought it was gonna say, like, favorite horse. But it doesn't. So I'm 5 hours in, and I've completed 21%. Google says no special inventory. But does Google happen to say what horse you get from that quest with Bonnie? Can whistle or check stables? No, that's 2. I'm telling you. When you could go up to your horse and you could check their inventory. I'm telling you, that's 2. Because, like, I only have ride horse. Like, I don't even have the option to, like, check my saddle. Wait, you don't think that those stats are both saves? There's no way. No, see? Because I haven't played any poker yet. Kentucky Saddler. That's the one you get at the beginning with Bonnie. Because this is the horse I got when I did the horse wrangling quest with Bonnie.
Let's go.
And that's all I remember. I don't know, I wouldn't say he's white. I would say he's more gold. Seems like it. Okay. More likely. It's all good. Sturdy horse still. No, we love Jeff. We love Jeff.
Seth.
Performance.
Hey, partner.
Get what you need? Ready to help me?
Not quite. Not quite ready. Yeah. You see, I wasted a bunch of time looking for that last bit of map. And I got to thinking, Moses was a liar. And I imagined myself doing all kinds of unpleasant things to his corpse. And then I realized...
Realized you were sick in the head? That you needed to move on with your own limited time on Earth?
No, partner. I realized Moses weren't no liar.
Fits in with zombie
It
naming.
was Aiden O'Leary who said he had the body. Aiden died in that flu epidemic, and the bodies weren't even buried yet.
Got the body sitting in the back of that wagon behind you?
Yes, sir.
You're not even gonna wait until they're buried before you...
Well, they don't care, do you, boys? Honest folk.
Look at his chest.
Apart from that Aiden O'Leary.
Dude, look at his chest. Look at the bones. Look at it. And he's got rope holding his pants up. This guy is a mess. His hands are all dirty.
He laid with his sister. I don't like women, partner.
That's okay. That's okay. I don't judge.
Not since Mammy died.
Seth, what are you gonna do with those bodies?
I'm gonna take him back to a nice quiet spot and look for the map. I needs the map, partner. I needs it.
I think we should be getting out of here, partner.
He's literally fucking Golem over here. Makes it pretty clear. It's true.
Can't wait to get my
Alright, where are we
hands on
going?
these. Find someplace quiet near Tumbleweed. I got a feeling the treasure's around there somewhere.
Motherfucker, unstable as
No
hell.
need for the people of Armadillo to see my friends back here. By the way, I saw Wes Dixon. He told me there's no ammunition in that machine gun of yours.
Sounds like I need to pay Irish another visit.
Where are you? Come on, don't be shy.
What did you say?
I didn't say nothing.
Are you talking to them?
So what if I am? I feel less alone with them than in a crowd of people. The way I see it, they lost their souls, just like me.
You're truly a sick man, Seth.
You remind me of why I hate people. For a man who kills so much, you sure seem to have a problem with the dead. Life kills everyone in the end. They ain't so different from you and me.
Aside from them being dead and rotting, I guess they ain't. All right, Seth. Calm down. You talk to the corpses and I'll drive the wagon.
Oh my! It's them damn treasure hunters! Try that road, partner! I'm gonna look for the map back here! You try to shake those damn rednecks!
Alright, drop here. There.
You
me, my friends.
I just wanted you to drop it, not blow yourself up.
Oh, look here! I found me a few bullets. All done with this one. Are you hiding something from yourself? Oh, you naughty little whore. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. There's some bullets on this one. Better than a poke in the eye. It's been a... You're stiff as a board. Relax. I just want a little...
Hold on. My arm itches.
This will all be over soon.
Bunch of crazy guys and dolls.
Thanks, partner. Be seeing you very soon.
Oh my god, I didn't notice he's been dropping the bodies off. I thought he did earlier.
Oh, my.
Oh. Oh, did I not do?
Christ alive! It's the man! I found the man!
Okay. I lost another horse. How do I lose horses?
Looks like the church is in Tumbleweed. That's where I was headed. It's fate. Keep going. We're almost there.
Hi, Mark. What the fuck? To mine a different thing. West Side Story. Oh, gangland themed. Yeah, they were opposing dancing gangs, you know.
Finally, months of searching. I'm gonna be rich.
No, they were gangs, which I find very funny.
Thanks, mister. I reckon I'll sit here a while trying to figure this out. I'm gonna be rich.
When you're done with that, get over to Fort Mercer. I need you inside that place.
The horse knocking over the newspaper was so long ago, bot. I don't need to be in this thing anymore, right? Wait, I was already here. This is the abandoned place. That's right. That's right. That's right. Come on, Jeffrey. Come on, Jeff. Yeehaw, Jeff. Mark, how are you? How have you been? What are you doing? What are you up to? What have you been doing? What have you been playing? Tell me everything. Ooh, treasure. Okay, what next? Where am I? Oh, Seth is behind me. Seth, Bonnie, and Irish. Oh, Irish has the ammo. Right? Alright, let's see what Seth needs again, I guess.
Come on.
Whee! It's crazy, man. Alright, I'm gonna turn my camera off just for a little bit so I can like stretch and I don't know. My back is super tight right now. Ugh.
Seth, come back here.
Oh, hey, partner. I was just looking for you.
Looking for me? What? Over there?
How you doing?
I'm good.
Well, see you later, partner.
Where you going, partner?
Nowhere.
Okay. Nowhere wouldn't happen to be where that thing you're looking for is kept, would it?
No, sir. No, sir.
Oh my gosh, I wish I could crack my back like really good.
Fooling. Partner, you know, the thought of that treasure does funny things to me. According to the map, it's somewhere in that big abandoned house.
Oh wait, We, like, looted here already, didn't we? Wait, we did. We looted here already.
You gotta go now. It's our last chance.
Gosh. Maybe I slept funny, because it's this shoulder right here is so stiff. Maybe I'm sleeping funny. I don't know. Okay, GTA RP. Homeless man now lives in a mansion on one server. Wait, Mustard, right? Now that I run a business and I'm a criminal robbing banks. Okay. A cop character who used to be an exotic dancer. Someone called my cop character a dumb bee in front of my high command, got himself some jail time for being a belligerent jerk. The headstones? Oh, I didn't look at them. Jeff, stay over there where you're safe, buddy.
Dubious as they look, I'm thinking they look.
Seth, what the hell do you even think you're shooting at? There's one over here. I saw him. It's a long story. But wait, was I right? Did I remember? Is Mustard? Mustard's your homeless dude, right? Wait, where's this body? There it is.
Mighty generous of you, mister.
Stay close. I don't need to. I'm looting. Looties. Give me all your money, punks.
Take my treasure.
What? What? I'm a loot goblin, but I need money. I need money.
Excuse me, mister.
Damn nation!
I only see the one guy. What? How are you alive? How are you alive? I shot him in the junk. Shot you in the hip. One for you. One for you. These are my favorite parts of this game. Mustard, yes. Fiance doesn't like it when people call him that, so he goes by his legal name, Adam Bright. Right.
Rest in peace, my friend.
Listen, it's hard to keep up with all of it. Do you still play that girl character? Why are you missing? He's right there.
Blow their damn brains out! See right there.
Oh my gosh. She's back to dancing on the first server tomorrow. Nice.
Before they find it, you gotta get in
That was fun.
The treasure's in there somewhere.
Can you jump, please?
Go on. We ain't got much time.
It's locked.
She's a cop on the other server
around the
as my
back.
alt. I can't do it, Mock. There's so, like, mad props to you. Like, I can't do that. I can't keep track of all that and put all these stories and identities and stuff together. It's like, Like I said, mad props. Like, I know some streamers who, like, that's what they stream is GTA roleplay. And, like, they have some characters and, like, stuff that they do for years. It's so crazy. I just don't think I'm imaginative enough, is what the problem, I think, is. Oh. I didn't mean to do that.
Don't let him get my treasure, mister!
Sorry. Sorry. I,
That's my damn treasure!
didn't mean for that to happen.
You bastards!
Horse peels.
All the work! Me!
You didn't do anything. I literally killed everyone. What are you talking about? This guy's like, I did all the work. Oh, I shot the glass out of the window?
Get over here! Finally, I see the light at the end of this very long, long tunnel. Seth's gonna be rich after all these years. It's silk sheets and Parisian whores from now on, mister.
Did it work? Oh, it did work. I didn't expect that to work.
What the goddamn hell is this? A glass eye.
I'm sure whoever that belonged to treasured it very much.
Stupid liars. Those stupid chicken shit maps. Making a damn fool of me. A glass eye! It's a glass eye!
Stop with the tears and help me with Williamson's gang. And you can come up with another excuse to go exhume one of your old friends.
Hunting dead man's treasure ain't done me no favors. Sure. I'm ready for the living. I'll see you and Mr. West Dickens over at Fort Mercer when you gentlemen is ready.
Okay. Okie doke. What's next? All right, so I think Bonnie is next. And then Irish has the ammo for the gun. Gosh, my nose itches so bad. Bam. The sharpshooter challenge, yeah. Give me another bird. Give me another bird. Oh, that looked like a treasure, but it's not. Okay. Alright, Bonnie is next. Oh my gosh, I'm so far away. Come on, Jeff. Jeff. There he is. Look at how majestic he is. Do you have a treasure map? No? Oh wait, I have to use these? Oh, I didn't know that. I thought, like, buying them used them. But okay. I didn't see your map, but... You know, you can fast travel from whatchamacallits. Yeah, but that costs money. And my money is for more important things. See, look at how fast Jeff can go. That Lucy bitch didn't stand a chance. We set her free, but at what cost? Plus, like, look at this. Ooh, birds. No! I hit the wrong button. Did I get both? Yeah, I did. Hey, who's shooting? Okay. I don't know what's going on, you crazies. Cazadors.
Come on.
Aren't those like the giant bugs in Fallout? Guess I should say one of the giant bugs in Fallout. That's another game. I want to replay Fallout 4. Remember I modded the shit out of it? I wanted to... Yeah, see? Why am I so bad at everything I do? Wait, what's that? Is that that's a horse breaking job, right? That's what that is on the map? Yeah. I don't want to do that right now. Oops, come on. Okay. Jeff. 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 Thank you.
Yeah. Go.
He'll bet money in a contest. You don't say. The other big upgrade with 2 is like the path system, where like as long as you're on the road you can like hit V and it'll just go. That was nice too. This doesn't have that. See, it's a good thing I played 1 first. Oh, excuse me.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
Why do I suddenly have the hiccups? Oh, sorry, sir. Sorry. Faster. Alright, where is this? Is this Armadillo? Alright, I don't think I need to do anything in Armadillo. I think I can just go straight through to the ranch. It's so much faster. I mean, I guess it's one, you know, half a dozen, 1/12 of the other. Where it's like, it's fast if you stay on the paths because you get the speed bonus for being on the path. But it's like, it's also faster if you just like take a straight route sometimes. But then you have like mountains that will ruin your straight path, and there's just so many variables. But good thing Jeff has a bajillion stamina. I feel like the second horse I got in this game sucked after we lost Jeff. Rugged landscape, yeah. Yeah, like sometimes it's a straight shot. See, like I bet you if we go straight to the bean now, we'll probably save some time. Because this isn't too bad, but it's like if there's like mountains and cliffs. Let's see if it's any short there. Let Jeff run free. I know. Okay, we're already here. Here's the farm. Yeah, he doesn't mind. He loves it. He loves to feel the grass on his toes. I know horses don't have toes. His metaphorical toes. Who the hell's Bonnie's house? Wait, is she not at the house? She's not. She's at this barn. Okay. Okay. It's raining again. Great.
Come on, let's go! Get him in there! Come on, come on! Hey, miss.
Metaphysical
I got most of
toast.
the horses secure and the chicken.
Horses don't have toes.
I know
Well,
they're scattered
technically,
all over the valley
they
and
have
beyond.
one
The
giant
weather is
toe
coming
because
in real
isn't
fast.
isn't their hooves like one giant like fingernail, toenail? Kind of, basically.
If the men get caught out in that storm,
We gotta cut their little toenails. We gotta trim their toenails.
Doesn't sound like we're left with much of a choice then. Come on, Amos. Round up your men. Let's get the herd.
So they're all toes. What's that called again? They're hooves, right?
We don't have much time.
Yeah. Slow up.
Or what is that process called? I don't know.
That sky don't look good. I'm starting to think somebody up there is conspiring against me. Are you a religious man?
Not in any real sense.
Ungulates.
Sometimes I tell myself things happen for a reason. Like what brought me here was
Animals with hooves.
But nobody made my path but me.
We all need to look for answers somewhere. Some in big old books, others in big old
Animals with
bottles of
toes,
whiskey.
you mean?
Believing in some kind of divine purpose ain't gonna give me my wife and kid back. Past is who we are, Miss McFarland. There ain't no changing that. Faith is a luxury I can't afford.
We have 2 herds out grazing in different pastures. We'll need to merge them and bring them all back.
I think we can handle that.
The cows get real
Edutainment.
ornery in bad weather. It's more work.
Exactly.
But I'll show you how to deal with them.
That's what I'm here for.
We're not gonna be able to hear each other in this rain. Just make sure you don't lose sight of me.
Okay, does that mean you're gonna go faster? No, it doesn't. Oh, okay, we're going this way. Right, well, where are we hurting them? Nowhere. We're not hurting them? We are?
Let's take them over to the other herd.
Where?
Drive them all
Okay.
back to the ranch together.
Okay. Move the herd near the tree. Okay.
I haven't seen a storm like this for a while. We need to be quick.
Off my nose. Nope. Nope. Little guy. Little guy. Nope. Nope. Wait, how do I holler again? No. No. Ooh, put it away. Wait, how do I holler again? There we go. Okay. I almost shot the fucking cow. Hey, 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 hey. Your dumbass cows. That's what I'm waiting for. Oh no!
We have to stop the stampede.
Oh no!
Do something. They're heading for the cliff.
The cliff? Holy shit! Come on! Nope! 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 Come on, Jeff! Come on, Jeff! Come on, Jeff! Jeff! Jeff!
Come on!
Come on, Jeff!
Forward!
There we go. Go on. Go on.
Go! Come on! There it again! Go, man!
Go on. Hey, 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 hey! Hey, come on.
Move it up! Move! Move! Come on! Let's go! Let's go!
Jeff saved the day again.
My, that was close. Now let's round up those stragglers.
18 out of 21. All right. Hey, hey. Nope, 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 nope. Come on.
Come on! No stop! Let's go! Let's move here, my four-legged friends! Get a move on!
There we go. Heck of a job, Jeff. I know, Jeff did so good. He really did. Nope, nope, nope. Nope. Hey. Hey, 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 hey.
Slow it up now.
Go back with the rest of them.
Whoa there. Come!
Hey, little lost little Bessie, come on.
Let's go.
There we go. Alright, so if they're dark blue, they still don't know where to go. Go on. Come on. Go on, little doggies. Go on, little doggies. Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going?
Let's go.
So why Jeff? Look at him.
Let's go.
Come on, join your little friends. There we go. Go on, little doggies. Go on, little doggies. 18, 19. There we go. Amazing. Jeff, the best.
You saved the herd
The
back
Jeffst.
there. You might make a decent rancher one day.
Thank you, Miss McFarland.
Nice. Cows herded, plus 21. Oh, Bonnie has another quest for me?
Let's go.
What? Bonnie! Las Vegas.
Excuse me, Mr. Marston. Have you seen my father anywhere?
No.
Oh, I feel like I remember this one too.
The land and was supposed to be back hours ago. I don't know. The ranch hands have been out looking, but so far they found nothing.
Well, come on, let's go look for him.
Thank you, Mr. Marston. I'm sure it's nothing, but I worry about the old fool.
Jeff.
Yeah! I've got a bad feeling about this. It's not like him to be away for so long.
Don't worry. We'll find him.
He's not as young as he used to be.
I do know
What
bits
if
and
he's
pieces
hurt
of the
himself?
story.
Your father can still handle himself just fine, Miss McFarland. He's built like an oak.
You're probably right, but I can't help worrying. He's all I've got.
Don't you have any brothers or sisters, Miss McFarland?
I had 6 brothers, but 5 of them died, either from sickness or foolish choices.
Holy.
And the other one?
He left for the east and never came back. Must be getting on for 10 years ago now. He's a high and mighty banker in New York, according to his last letter.
He should be here, helping you and your pa.
I don't want his help. He can live his life any way he wants. But when I see those city fellers coming in on the railway, all dressed up like a sore toe, I fear a little for his soul. He switched his saddle for a tie, and that's fine. I just never met a man in a tie I could trust.
I ain't neither, miss.
Who's that over there?
Who's that over there?
Yeah!
I don't know. Let's go look. Oh, wait, can I shoot these birds? No, I want both birds. No, I only got one bird.
Daddy! What happened?
Nothing nice. Rustlers, I guess. Maybe the Baller twins, that bunch. Now you head back to the ranch right now. Fetch the wagon.
Yes, sir.
Marston, you watch after her.
I'll do that, sir.
Come on, boy.
Man.
Come on.
What could have happened to those poor men? And their horses were dead, too.
I think we should get back there as soon as we can.
Who could have done something like that?
Your pa seemed to have
Oh,
an
my
idea who
nose.
it was. Let's just do what he says and get the wagon.
Those damn rustlers! I've got a good mind to head over to Pike's Basin myself.
I don't think that's a good idea.
And you're no better. How many men have you killed?
Do you really
So
want to
many.
know?
It's disgusting.
You never met the men I killed.
I
Why
heard
is
the
she
way
mad
you
at
talk
me
about
now?
that gang you were in. Like there was some twisted morality to what you did.
We all have a code. Only some of us don't
The
realize it.
outlaw with the code? How wonderfully romantic. The reluctant murderer, the noble criminal. There's nothing more
Alright,
depressing
hold on.
than
I gotta blow my nose.
man who's found a way to think the bad into good.
You're upset, Miss McFarland.
Oh my God! The barn's on fire!
Get to the barn.
Hurry up!
Yeah.
Too bad you don't have a horse like Jim. It's so fast.
Come on!
So fast. Failed? Excuse me?
Look, Mr. Marston! The barn is on fire!
What?
Help me, will you? Los caballos! Más agua!
The doors are blocked! We need
That
to
guy
find another
pulled his
way
gun.
in.
Get to the horses! It's getting worse!
That guy pulled his gun on
Get
me.
in there!
Get a move on!
Wait, can I jump from here?
This ain't working!
What? John. John. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, we'll go over here then, I guess.
Come on!
Oh wait. Oh, scooch. Scooch.
Put it on!
Get into the barn. Can I shoot this down? No? Okay. Oh, follow the exact path, I guess. Holy. Holy. Slide down, E. What? Where are you going? You're not going in the direction I tried to tell you to go. That, okay. That's, no, 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 no. No, no! John! Jeez. Ooh, someone did this on purpose.
He did it! Now get the horses out!
Do I get on the horses? Horse! Horse! Oh, I don't get on them. I just slap their booties. Go, horsey, go! Go, horsey, go! Oh, no! Oh, no! Alright, horse, let's see. Go. No, we're just gonna trot. Okay. That's such... That... I saw what happened. The guy got off his horse at the... Oh my God, that's such bullshit. He got off his horse as I was approaching. Oh my God. That was bull. That was such bull. Oh, I have to do the doors first. I watched that happen.
Well done! Now let's save the horses!
There ain't enough of us! Come on! It's getting worse!
Alright, I'm not using this horse. This horse kind of sucked. Let's use this horse.
You can still jump that!
Speed kills. No, get down! Get on the horse. What are you doing?
Let's go. Slow it up now.
Hit. Are you joking? Are you joking? Why are these horses just like deciding that they just don't want to live? Oh my God. This horse does not want to live. I think I was actually outside somehow. Look, gallop, gallop, gallop. Thank you. All right. See, now he's already off the horse. He won't. Oh gosh. You terrorized the townfolk. Get out. Get out.
Thanks, Marston.
Yes, John, thanks. Well, you saved the ranch.
If you'll excuse me, I've got chores to attend to. Hey, hold on a second over there.
Sincerely, John. Thank
Well, did all I could, Miss McFarland. Sorry about all the damage. That gang seems to really want you out of here.
Yeah, well, my father fought Indians. I scarcely think we're gonna be frightened by some white trash.
White trash can be pretty frightening.
Well, they don't frighten me.
It's true.
Good.
They can be scary.
John, my family owes you a great debt.
I think you got enough debt. You saved my life. All I ask of you is this. If I get back home and get my farm started back up, you'll sell me some cattle. I prefer doing business with people I know.
Of course, Mr. Marston.
It's cute.
It'd be my pleasure.
He's like, remember, I'm married. Don't
Well,
forget. Bonnie, don't forget I'm married.
Get some rest. I've got to go see how my father's bearing up.
Yay! All right. What do we got? Oh, let's check the general store here, I guess. I don't know if it's any different. Weaponry available at the gunsmith. Okay. Oh, Jeff, are you talking to your friend?
Get your ass over here.
What? What? Did you just spit at me? Can I? I'm
How
talking.
about I make you famous? All you gotta do is agree to a duel.
Oh.
Die!
Yeah.
Keep your opinions to yourself, pal.
Let's fucking duel. Duel. All right, Clinton Bedwetter. I'm about to shoot your fucking brains out. Duel.
I need it more than you now.
Well, I think I need to shoot my duel partner's hat off a bunch. Is everyone scared they won't sell to me now? He challenged me, my guy. Use wanted posters to begin hunting a bounty target. You're trying to distract me, game. I know it. Right, but he won't sell to me.
Well, hello there.
He won't sell to me. I do find it kind of just really cute that I've got like this whole house on the ranch just for me. Just for me. All right, now will you sell to me? Hello. Come on in. Sure. Everyone has already forgotten about my
Hey, mister.
I hope you see something you need.
All right, so I guess I'll just get this map. Okay, I would like... Thank you. All right, you've got nothing else. So it said that there's more stuff at the gunsmith, so I have to go to another town. Because there's not a gunsmith here. Well, there's a blacksmith. No, he's literally just a blacksmith. Are you a functioning blacksmith? You're not even a blacksmith that I can use. Wonderful. All right. Wow, wow, wow.
I do beg your pardon.
I do beg your pardon. Okay, let's see where to go now. Marshall Johnson? Who's that? I mean, I guess I'll just keep going to Irish. Thieves Landing. Let's go there. I don't think I've been there yet. don't know why I keep doing that with the map. I keep hitting escape, which doesn't close the map, it brings up the pause menu. Hennigan's dead. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I have to use the map. Wait. Wait, I won the Warhorse? What? How do I have Warhorse? Is that my horse? No. Alright, we have to hold on to Jeff so I can get the achievement, though. I'm curious about Warhorse. How did I get a Warhorse thing? Also, who are you? I keep getting distracted.
What brings you out this way?
What you searching for, partner?
I've been gathering some flowers for my wife. She's waiting for me back in the cabin.
That's very sweet of you.
Yeah, we've been together 50 years now, me and my darling Annabelle.
Is she also a horse?
These wild feverfew that grow around this place. But she's getting on now in years, and it's hard for her to get up and about. So I want to bring her a lovely bouquet for our anniversary.
I've seen quite a few flowers in my travels, if you'd like to help.
Oh, yeah. Listen, these old fingers ain't what they used to be. Yeah, I'd love it. Sure, bring me any pretty ones you find, huh?
No, of course not. Of course it's not some tragic backstory or anything. Wait, who's this? Who do you belong to? Who do you belong to? Oh, wait. We gotta get these herbs. Gotta get herbs. Perfect. Wait, what's that little hut? Little fishing hut. Or?
There we go. That's one.
Wild feverfew. Wait, no. Turn this way. Thank you. Whee. Why can't I get up? There we go. Hello? Hello? No! I just knocked the lantern off. Alright, come on, Jess. Come on, Jeff. Jeff. Alright, let's not drown ourselves, Jeff. Come on, Jeff. I feel like I'm in the bayou. Thieves Landing. Alert. Alert. I was nowhere near that man. I was nowhere near that man. Oh my. Well, I'm gonna accept a duel challenge. I'm gonna shoot your hat off this time. What? I've literally never lost a duel before. What took so long? Was it the aiming for the hat? Damn, I've literally never lost a duel the entire time I've been playing this game. So aiming for the hat is not worth the time.
Hello, sir.
All genuine stuff here. I was talking to some Blackwater fellas last night.
Thanks a lot.
Snooty.
You just call me Snooty? Wait, where am I? I'm at McFarlane's fucking ranch? Fuck off.
Let's go.
Oh, disarm them? Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I usually just go straight for the head and just kill them. I've never lost a duel before. Oh my gosh, guys, do you remember how many skins I would lose into from dying and like losing my horse and stuff?
What's your problem, partner?
He ran into me.
Let's go. Yeah.
It gets green down here. It's kind of funny. All right, here's Thieves Landing again. Let's slow down a little bit. All right, first thing I gotta do is buy the house here, apparently. So I don't get killed again. Is there not a house to buy here? Yeah, it's right there. Mister, please! What? By hoomst. By hoomst. Alright, I will lasso him. Come here. Come here. Hee hee hee. Hello.
Have one hell of a bad time.
Okay. Carry him. And then, wait, where's the horse? Horse is so far. Come on, Jeff. Come on, Jeff. Wait, can I put the victim on Jeff? And then have Jeff follow me? Come on, Jeff, let's go! Come on, Jeff! Carry my merchandise with me, let's go! Come on, Jeff, let's go!
Come on.
Here you go, sir. I have your horse. Here.
Oh, you might need your horse.
Dismount your horse. There you go. Here you go. Do you want the guy who did it, too? Wait, no. No, stop. Stop. I'm trying to get the man. No. Oh, my God. Stop. Carry victim. Thank you. Here. Here's the guy who did it.
Thank you, sir. I'll pray for you.
Here you go. Here you go. No. Yeah. Alright. Whatever. Just stay there, I guess. Get comfy. No one cares in Thieves Landing. I love it. Purchase. Let's go. All right. Nice. Let's see. What time is it? 1:52. This would probably be... All right. We're going to go shopping and then we'll probably call it. Because 2 o'clock is probably good. That's a good 4 hours. All right. Let's go shopping. Let's go see. I saw the gunsmith across the street. Is the guy still here? No. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Blacksmith. Wait, who's the purple guy? No, I don't want to do that. I'm looking for the gunsmith. Elegant suit and menu. Okay, you've discovered the elegant suit. It would allow you to cheat at poker? I don't need to cheat. I just need to, like, learn how poker works. Wait, are they all closed? They're all closed right now. I did it again with the map. Alright, so I think I have to go to sleep one more time to make it day. Hi, Jeff. You drink at the bar? Does that make time go? The Dixie Rose.
Lot of treasure seekers coming into Thieves' Landing.
Oh. Wait, is this is like the hotel? Where's the saloon?
I'm afraid I'm married.
I'm afraid I'm married.
Got anything in...
Yeah, see this is I have to like talk to this dude here. Or is he upstairs? Have a drink. Man next to me is looking rough.
No credit will be extended to you here, I'm afraid.
No credit will be extended to you here, I'm afraid. Why does he speak like fucking Gambit?
I need another drink.
I like how he just stands there looking at you. How many can I have?
A fella could die of thirst here.
They're higher in Thieves' Landing. It's only $2. Because you're in the bayou? But I don't know anything, okay? Am I drunk? Not yet. Oh boy, I'm about to make a name for myself in here. Four shots, not drunk. Hi. Who is fucking crying?
Up, sister. Put them up.
Irish,
Ray
what are you
on
doing?
drugs.
Who the hell are you?
Give me that. I'm your old friend Amnesia.
Oh, blimey.
And I've come to tell you.
I didn't mean to do this quest. I just wanted to see who was
Get my
crying.
name or your debt to me again. I'll make sure you reach heaven before these two ladies. Now get down there.
Oh, Mr. Marston. How are you?
Ashamed. Ashamed to know you. What the hell's wrong with you, robbing these gentlewomen and ladies of the Lord?
Gentlewomen?
Doxies.
Ladies, I'm sorry about this man. He's unfortunately lost his mind to the demon drink. At least I hope he has, and he wasn't this stupid all along. So, please excuse us. Now, Irish, that Gatling gun doesn't work. I find that rather upsetting, don't you?
Oh, heartbreaking.
Which is why I was just coming to see you when the drink got the better of me. Come on. I know where we can find the parts for you.
I didn't want to do this quest.
How about a
Okay,
drink or
this
two?
is the last quest then, I
Thank
guess.
you, my dear.
I was just trying to go
What you
shopping.
What you looking at? Huh?
Are you okay, sir?
Walk around with such a dry pecker. Can I help?
Drunk as I am.
What? What?
A prison fine working order.
What a lusty specimen you are. I like
That
that.
fresh air's got me head spinning like a top. Can't be good for a fella.
She really
Shut up,
just
you lazy
said,
drunk. Before I
are you
stop your
walking
head
around
spinning
with
a
that
bullet.
dry
I
pecker?
resent that, Johnny. I've been working like a beaver on your behalf.
You've been working like a
She asked if I
weasel
wanted to
on
get my
behalf.
dick wet.
Bushwhacking defenseless ladies of the cloth? You must have been raised on sour milk, Irish.
What are you talking about? I'm a good Catholic boy.
Oh,
You're
yeah?
a booze-blind coward.
And you're a hypocrite, Marston. You've robbed just as many innocent folks as me.
I tried to only rob those who had more than they deserved.
Christ, the church has more money than anybody.
Where are we going, Irish?
Just to the warehouse here in Thieves Landing. I tell you, Johnny boy, it's all set up. We're meeting this pal of mine at the back door of the office, hobble-tongued fella by the name of Shaky.
And he's
Oh,
got the
yep.
ammunition we need?
Jesus, stop fretting, will you? I knows about guns front, back, and sideways.
You're gonna be real familiar with mine if things keep on this way.
You tell him, John. You tell him, John. Can we go? Like, can we put a little speed here?
This is it. Come on, Smiler.
Yeah? Yeah?
Well, I'll be buggered. This door was supposed to be unlocked. Come on, let's see if we can get in around the back.
I'm beginning to lose my patience.
Honestly, same, John. Same. Oh my gosh, my nose is running again.
I'm starting to think you're soft on me, Johnny boy. Can't even sneeze these days without you being there to catch the drips.
This is your last chance, you good-for-nothing shyster. You've already wasted too much of my time.
Girl, hi, Key.
Keep your eyes open. Shaky's all right, but I don't trust the gang of fools he runs with.
It's my turn now.
This guy goes so slow.
Shaky's made the arrangements, and he'll...
Okay.
Sounds like Shaky's only gone and got himself...
I'll be
found
ending
out.
right after this quest.
All right. Now all we have to do is find out who you work with. You hear me? Shaky, you wretched fucking son of a whore. Suck my again!
Labor relations don't sound like they're exactly at an all-time high. You sneak in and get poor Shaky loose. I'll go get the wagon. But look, Marston, he's a good man, that Shaky.
Right. Brother's name is Shaky.
All right, work your usual magic. I'll go get the wagon ready.
How do I get in? Climb the ladders? Oh, okay. Thank you for collecting your duty. Sneak in through the window. What window? What window? Is there an open window? Yep. The enthusiasm for crashing the party. I'm for it. Rescue Shaky. Alright, now. Can I kill these people.
Where did he come from?
Where that came from?
Come on. No? Oh, okay. Well. What? Oh, they're in that room. Okay. So, over here? Yeah. Hello. What? I didn't even shoot that one. I'm trying to push this. Somehow that worked.
Thank you for your kindness, mister. I thought I was dead, man.
My kindness is only as good as the bullets you can fetch up for me and your friend Irish. Let me down, and you'll be
Look at the
a
gun
dead
stuck
man.
on the window.
This is gonna be one hell of a fight.
Just the way I like it.
Let's head for the door. Follow me.
Wait, I gotta loot first. Wait, we need loot first. Loot! 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 Ooh, let me blow you up. That'd be great. Yeah. Oh. Try from checkpoint, I guess.
All right, let's get out of here while we got the chance.
I need to blow up that. Why are we not? I was shooting and he was quite literally just standing.
Nobody puts their hands on shake.
I don't understand what is happening with like the shooting delay.
I'll take y'all on.
That's so weird. Like I don't think I've ever seen that happen before, where there was like such a delay in when I pushed the button and when he shoots. I know, but there was a couple times where I was fully standing up. Like just then.
Over here, quick, before the others get in here.
Famously wonky, yeah.
Look out, more of them bastards.
Just the way I like it. Oh, I was like, did he live? Wait, are you a bad guy? Oh. Okay. I didn't know. Oh, you're alive. Not anymore.
Let's go find the ammunition. All right, follow me.
Follow Shaky to the machine gun. No! No! I literally don't see anybody. One. Those are over here somewhere. Ooh. Hurry up, John. Oh my gosh. Pick up that ammo. Nice.
Now we're even
Nice.
half even, Shaky. You still owe me for them morphine
This
pills
shoulder is
to calm
so
your nerves.
stiff.
You'll get your half more, you dirty fucking snake.
All right, gentlemen. Let's go.
Fucking fuck.
Oh, my virgin ears. Come on then, Johnny boy. Let's go.
Oh, this quest isn't done yet.
Did you have
Okay.
fun there, you and Shaky?
I killed a lot of men for this damn machine gun of yours.
Oh, I'll probably have to
sorry
defend.
I missed all the dramas.
You always miss all the drama. There must be cobwebs growing on that holster of yours.
Someone's got to drive the wagon, don't they? Teamwork, Johnny boy. That's my game, not just the glory like you.
Yep, I already see. One of you, one for you, and one for you. You're not dead, that's crazy.
Hold him off, Johnny. I'll get you back to McFarland's.
That's crazy.
I don't like this, Master. My heart's beating like a bloody drum.
Just drive, Irish. You're acting like a schoolgirl.
Choices. Somebody wants that ammunition. Real man.
Shooty McShooterson.
I'm telling you, Irish.
Listen,
that machine gun had
I do
better
like
work
shooting
after all
at
this.
stuff.
Don't you worry. You won't find a finer piece of artillery west of Dublin. Look out, there's one on the bridge up ahead.
Oh my god. There's no way I missed. Oh my god, I just shot the horse. Okay, well he's dead anyway. I'm so sorry, horse. I did not mean to.
Don't test me now. You know you're gonna die, right?
I did not mean to shoot. I know, I'm kind of going for the joke of the pistol only. I really think it'd be fun. Is he dead? He's dead now, okay. I've shot a couple horses and I don't like it.
Well, I think you're ready for
But it's hard when it's so fast.
You've got enough ammunition here to take down a small country, fella.
I'm gonna need it. Bill Williamson's got himself an army.
So I guess this is where we part ways, Johnny Marston.
Or maybe not, friend. You're gonna be right alongside me when I take on that fort. After all,
Ooh, I did that. That's one. I think that's one of the last things I did.
Show me what a big,
Taking on
bad
Fort
killer
Mercer?
you really are.
Yes, of course. What am I thinking? Don't worry, you can count on me. I just hope I don't steal all your glory. Wouldn't be right or proper. Hell of a team, me and you. We should consider making this a more permanent partnership.
I think I've about had my fill of liars in this life, partner.
Impressive, Marston. We'll have West Dickens's wagon rigged and ready to go soon enough.
Nice. Nice. Got a good 4 hours done today. Perfect. Cool. So let's go sleep at the house. And that'll be it. Yeah. Oh, can we see? Can we see? Oh, hold on. Put my weapon away before they get mad at me. Stats. 27%. 6 hours. 15 minutes. Wait, I did like 3 hours of the day. That math doesn't math. Anyway. 27% in 6 hours. Oh, new Austin areas discovered. 42 out of 45. Days past 10. It's only been 10 days in game. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right, let's go to this house. We'll rest, and that'll be it. You're a buckaroo. I am a buckaroo. All right, guys, this is where we end it for the day. I will be back tomorrow. It is Saturday, so it is Elden Ring with Gigi. I think it's 7 p.m. my time. I think it's 5 p.m. her time, 7 p.m. my time. So tomorrow is Elden Ring with Gigi, and then we should be back. We'll be back with this on Sunday, unless life gets too lifey and I don't feel like it. I don't think I'm gonna raid out, but let's just take a peek and see if there's any of my friends on that have, you know, a nice quiet stream going on. Not really. Not really. All right, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow for Elden Ring. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you all. Thanks for listening to me complain, as always. That's why people don't watch me, because I complain about the fact people don't watch me. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys later. Good night. Bye.